Chapter 118. The Martial Arts Conference has always been a competition between small cities and provincial cities. I don't think Lord Chu's suggestion is appropriate. Yu Bailin's face darkened. He had wanted Jiang Chongkong to fight for a spot. If they were to fight against Chu Tianyin, who was at the top of Stargate, how would they stand a chance? That's too troublesome. If we want to end the battle quickly, then let the strongest geniuses fight. Chu Tianyin said calmly, or should Gangxiang Budo School just give up? Yu Bailin's face darkened. That's against the rules. Rules? Principal, this conference is our business. If you keep insisting on the rules, I can only wish you the best. Be careful on your way back to the city. Chu Tianyin said with a gloomy face. Yu Bailin's face turned cold. How dare you threaten me? What are you talking about, Principal? Chu Tianyin laughed and then shouted, Jiang Chongkong, come out and fight! Powerful astral power surged and filled the sky above the training field. The terrifying astral power made everyone feel as if a small mountain was pressing down on them. Some Nebula disciples couldn't bear it and almost knelt down. Yu Bailin was about to say something, but he was stopped by a hand. He looked at the owner of the hand and suppressed his anger. Chongkong, let it go. They're shameless. Why not? He's right. This is between us students. Jiang Chongkong faintly smiled as he walked out. Chongkong, Ji Xiling and the others wanted to pull him back, but they were pushed away by the astral power. Since you dare to come out, you must have guts. Chu Tianyin had a cold smile on his face, but when he saw the person who walked out, his smile froze and he couldn't say a word. Why is he here? Is this Jiang Chongkong from Gangxiang Budo School? Nan Tianpang seemed to have called him Chongkong. Is he the same person? He had been pulled by Ji Xiling and stood in the crowd. He did not see Jiang Chongkong at all and naturally did not recognize him. Chu Tianyin? Jiang Chongkong walked out of the crowd and looked at him coldly. Do you want to see what I can do? Gulp. Chu Tianyin fiercely swallowed, his legs trembling. See what? This fellow had heavily injured a peak Stargate realm star demon with a single slash. He had also shattered 2 peak tier, 4 protective barriers, and heavily injured 2 intermediate Stargate realm star demons. Jiang was something that even Yao Meng and Nan Tianpang can't do. As for the one from Anding Province, he can't do it either. Chu Tianyin's face twitched, and he subconsciously took a step back. He wanted to run. If he could, he would run as far as he could, just like last time. What's going on? The vice principal of Gangshui Castle frowned. What's going on? The students from the 4 cities were confused. This situation didn't seem right. Yu Bailin was confused. Do they know each other? That shouldn't be the case. Jiang Chongkong killed Chu Tianqing. They can't be friends. The headmasters of the other 3 schools were also confused. Something was not right. Ji Xiling was confused. Chu Tianyin seems to be afraid? Afraid? Everyone was stunned. How was that possible? As far as they knew, Jiang Chongkong was only at the early stage of Stargate. Chu Tianyin was at the pinnacle of Stargate. Why would he be afraid of Jiang Chongkong? The vice principal of Gangshui Castle urged coldly, Tianyin, what's wrong with you? Why aren't you starting? Start? Chu Tianyin shook his hands. He didn't have any weapons. He didn't even want to take them out. He wouldn't be able to withstand a single slash from this guy. Without a 4th order energy shield, he might be killed in 1 slash. Chu Yunha, UF King tricked me. You want me to go all out on this guy? If you're not going to do it, I'm going to. Jiang Chongkong flipped his hand and the handle of the sword appeared in his hand. Astral power gathered and the temperature rose. Chu Tianyin trembled and his face turned pale. He suddenly screamed, I admit defeat. Everyone, what was going on? Jiang Chongkong, he's still so timid. This is the strangest thing I've seen this year. Chu Tianyin admitted defeat? The fight hasn't even started yet. In the distance, the onlookers were dumbfounded. Was this the second best in their school? He was transferred from the tranquil province and was now the first. Chu Tianyin automatically took the second place. The vice principals and students of the 4 cities were also dumbfounded. What was going on? Ji Xiling had a strange look on her face. Chu Tianyin admitted defeat? Wasn't he yelling just now? He yelled so loudly that he wanted Jiang Changkong to come out. Now that he came out, he admitted defeat? The vice principal of Gangshui Castle was furious. Chu Tianyin, did a donkey kick you in the head? Are you out of your mind? Other people might be afraid of the Chu family, but not the martial arts school. The principal was also at the peak of the Hidden Star realm and was no weaker than the old master of the Chu family. Besides, the school was backed by the Federation. I can't beat him. Chu Tianyin's voice was trembling. He was about to cry. I really can't beat him. He can kill me with 1 slash. It's true. The vice principal roared, Bullsh, *T. You haven't even fought. How do you know you can't beat him? Weren't you yelling so happily just now? When you see him, you tell me that you can't beat him and want to admit defeat. Why does Chu Yunlong have a useless brother like you? The young man from the peak of the Stargate walked out and pushed Chu Tianyin away. Fine, I admit defeat. I'll let you get a free spot. Next I'll go. Next you. Jiang Changkong looked at the young man indifferently. Fine, let's go. With you. The young man was startled. Can't I? Jiang Changkong said indifferently. You've already got a spot. The vice principal of Gangshui Castle frowned. Just now, Chu Tianyin said that this is a matter between us students. Vice principal, please don't interfere. I'll take all 3 spots. Jiang Changkong didn't give him any face. You, the vice principal, was furious. The young man raised his hand and said, Fine, you're arrogant enough. I'll grant you your wish. However, be careful not to break your limbs. By the end of his words, his eyes were filled with coldness and ruthlessness. Brother Jin Feng, he's very strong. Don't be rash. Chu Tianyin hurriedly reminded him. Get lost. How can a piece of trash scare you like this? The young man, Jin Feng, yelled. His golden astral power turned into a vast and sharp sword chi and shot up to the sky. Dazzling golden world. The golden sword chi condensed into a giant blade aura and emitted an extremely sharp energy. Countless cracks appeared on the ground. The vice principals and students of the 4 cities hurriedly retreated. Even the students of Gangshui Castle who were watching the battle from afar felt the terrifying sword chi. Their faces paled. Such terrifying strength. Is this the peak of the Stargate? This attack has reached the limit of the Stargate. Only Xingzong can withstand it. The vice principal of Gangshui Castle exclaimed. Even the Star Demon at the peak of the Stargate would be severely injured. Slash! Jin Feng shouted and the giant blade, aura, slashed down. Changkong, be careful. At this moment, Yu Balin and the others could only remind him. The sunset glow was like fire, and the setting sun was like blood. There was no heat, only a hint of desolation. The long blade flew in the air, and a vast sword chi released an invisible pressure. Jiang Changkong thought for a moment and didn't use too much astral power. About 60% was equivalent to the slash in the underground river. 1 slash, the setting sun. 100% was too much. This slash couldn't pose a threat at all. 60% was enough. If he used any more, he was worried that Chu Yunhao would be scared out of his wits. What? That's impossible. This slash. The vice principal of Gangshui Castle was shocked. This slash had definitely reached the early stage of the Hidden Star realm. How? Jin Feng's expression changed. He was also someone who had seen the world. This slash was completely beyond his expectations. Boom! The sword of the setting sun slashed down, and the Tai Chi appeared. The golden sword chi instantly collapsed and turned into specks of starlight. Arg! Chapter 119. Ah, he screamed in pain. His severed arm flew out, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Jin Feng rolled out, and the vice principal of Gangshui Castle caught him. But as soon as his hands touched Jin Feng, a powerful force came out of Jin Feng's body and engulfed the vice principal. The vice principal's expression darkened. He unleashed his astral force to suppress the astral force with brute force. The impact of the astral force was suppressed. He waved his hand, and the astral power dissipated. The vice principal looked at Jin Feng's wound, and his pupils constricted. There was a sharp sword aura coming from the wound. It was Jin Feng's own sword aura. His arm was cut off by his own sword aura. He waved his hand, and the sharp sword aura dissipated. The vice principal's face darkened, but he still squeezed out a smile. Jiang City is full of talented people, but this is against the rules. How can one person monopolize 3 places? Jiang Changkong said calmly, Vice Principal, he was your student, and he said it himself. This is a matter between students. This is against the rules. The vice principal looked gloomy. Rules? You can change the rules. Now that you've lost, you want to change the rules? Jiang Changkong sneered with a cold look in his eyes. Vice principal, are these rules set by the Federation or by you? The vice principal opened his mouth and sighed helplessly. Forget it. It was our fault first. He had lost. If he continued to pester them, it would only get more troublesome. They were all martial arts schools and belonged to the Federation. If he dared to mess around, Yu Balin and the others could report it to the Federation. Brother Feng, are you all right? Are you okay? Chu Tianyin calmed himself down and came to Jin Feng's side, asking with concern. I want him dead. Jin Feng used his astral power to stop the wound, pointed at Jiang Changkong, and said with a hideous expression, Brother Feng, don't spout nonsense. Everything can be discussed after we leave the city, Chu Tianyin said in a low voice. Vice Principal Mu Jinhong, is this how Gangshui Castle teaches its students? Yu Balin asked coldly, not giving the vice principal any face, even if the vice principal was a hidden star expert. Both of you shut up. Vice Principal Mu Jinhong shouted angrily and cupped his hands together. I, Gangshui Castle, have failed in my teaching and have made a fool of myself in front of the 4 principals. Jin Feng also calmed down. This was a martial arts exchange meeting. Putting aside the fact that he couldn't kill Jiang Changkong. Even if he couldn't do it here. Pushing Chu Tianyin away, Jin Feng picked up his arm and said with a cold expression, Jiang Changkong, I will remember you. I can't kill you in the city, but you will die outside. After saying that, he was about to leave, and Chu Tianyin hurriedly followed. Wait, Jiang Changkong said calmly. Mu Jinhong quickly said, Forgive and forget. Jiangshui Castle is willing to apologize. The 2 of them stopped in their tracks and looked at each other coldly. What, you won? What else do you want? The corpse can go, but the life must stay. Jiang Changkong said coldly. What? Kill? Everyone from the 5 schools was shocked. Was he crazy? Killing someone at this time? Principal Yu Balin, please control your students. Mu Jinhong shouted angrily. Jiang Changkong, this is Gangshui Castle Martial Arts School. This is the city. You can't kill anyone here. A powerful aura suddenly erupted, and majestic astral power swept in all directions. It was far beyond the Stargate level, and even the average hidden star expert couldn't compare to it. At this moment, Mu Jinhong, who had revealed his strength, was extremely terrifying. Jiang Changkong's body sank. This pressure, late-stage hidden star expert, Mu Jinhong, could definitely crush him. Changkong, don't, Yu Balin said. Principal, you don't have to worry about this. Jiang Changkong waved his hand. Mu Jinhong's expression was completely gloomy. Jiang Changkong, if you really do whatever you want, don't blame me for taking you down and throwing you into prison. Chu Tianyin and Jin Feng looked at him coldly, their eyes full of sarcasm. We don't dare to be presumptuous in the city. That would be courting death. Jiang Changkong's expression was indifferent. Although he felt the pressure, he was not afraid of Mu Jinhong. There was a token in his hand. Is that the token of the president of Budokai? Yu Bailin was shocked. The president of Budokai? The president? Everyone was confused. Many people did not know that he was the president. However, those who knew were also confused. What was the use of taking out the token at this time? Mu Jinhong's expression changed. Hesitation and conflict appeared on his gloomy face. If I remember correctly, the president of Budokai has special rights. If you endanger the president's life, you can be killed. Jiang Changkong's expression was cold. The two of them continuously threaten me. Why? Does the vice principal want to conspire with them to murder the president? Mu Jinhong was speechless. How could I forget about this? Chu Tianyin and Jin Feng, these two idiots. They knew that he was the president, but they still threatened him to his face. Brother Feng, vice principal. Chu Tianyin was terrified again. His legs were weak. This guy would definitely dare to kill him. He had really threatened him. As for evidence, everyone present could be a witness. Vice principal. Jin Feng shouted anxiously. At this moment, the only one who could save them was Mu Jinhong. Mu Jinhong was conflicted. Save? How could he save them? If he made a move, would they accuse him of colluding with them to murder the president? One blade, sunset. The sunset rose again. It was as red as blood. Wait. Mu Jinhong gritted his teeth and shouted anxiously. Jiang Changkong paused and frowned. Vice principal, are you really going to interfere? Mu Jinhong sighed helplessly. How about this? I'll let them go this time. You can have the 3 slots. You can pick 2 resources from Gangshui Castle. How about that? Regardless of their background and identity, they were the strongest geniuses in Jiangshuing School. Just reporting to the Federation would give them a lot of rewards. It was not worth it to die just like that. As for Gangshui Castle resources, they could win them back in the future. Anyway, it was impossible for Jiang Changkong to stay in Jiangqing School forever. No. Jiang Changkong shook his head. Then name a price. I won't do anything to you. However, I can't just watch them die in front of me without doing anything. Mu Jinhong sighed softly. Jiang Changkong frowned. Jiangshuing School, pick 2 additional resources and Jiangshuing School's annual income. He had to repay the school. Impossible. I can't make the decision, Mu Jinhong said without hesitation. Changkong. Yu Bailin walked over, trembling with excitement. He whispered, It's a lot. Vice principal, I can do it. Jiang Changkong waved his hand. What about half? No, I can't make the decision either, Mu Jinhong said. You're not sincere, vice principal. Jiang Changkong frowned. Mu Jinhong smiled bitterly and begged. I really can't make the decision. At most, 30%. 3 resources, 30% of the income. If the 2 of them can take 1 attack from me, I'll let this matter go. Jiang Changkong said coldly and added, This is the bottom line. If you can't, then forget it. I agree. Mu Jinhong sighed and retreated to the side. If you can't take 1 attack, it's your bad luck. The 2 of them were stunned. Could they take 1 attack? To be honest, the 2 of them were a little uncertain, but they were confident. At this time, it was impossible to bargain. They could only try their best to take the attack. I'll give you 3 seconds to prepare. Jiang Changkong's expression was calm. The saber of sunset gathered, and the Taiji diagram appeared. 3 seconds passed in an instant. The saber of sunset and the Taiji diagram fell at the same time. After Xiao Chun swung his saber, he sheathed it. Vast astral energy burst out like fireworks. This attack was even stronger. Mu Jinhong sighed. Jiang Chongkong didn't use his full strength just now. Chapter 120. The dazzling astral light illuminated the entire training ground. After a long time, the astral power calmed down, and two figures appeared in front of everyone. One of them had his abdomen pierced by a sword and his dantian. His astral power was rapidly draining away. The other one was covered in wounds and blood. He only had one arm left lying in a pool of blood. Thank you, I will keep my promise. Mu Jinhong cupped his fists. You're welcome. Jiang Chongkong turned around and walked towards Yubalin. Vice Principal, you're thanking him. The Stargate initial stage youth had a ferocious look on his face. He looked at Jiang Chongkong as if he wanted to skin him alive. He had no more hope after getting all the places. Chu Tianyin was disabled and Jin Feng was seriously injured. No one knew if he was dead or alive. This was a great humiliation. You're thanking him for this? Shut up and bring them to be treated. Mu Jinhong scolded and cupped his fists. Principals, please take a rest. I will order someone to prepare lunch. We will discuss the distribution of resources later. Others might not be able to tell, but as a hidden star level, how could he not see it? Jiang Chongkong had held back. Otherwise, that slash would have killed two of them. One was disabled, but at least one was still alive. He had left a way out. As for the disabled Chu Tianyin, Mu Jinhong had thought it through in an instant. Jiang Chongkong also had the idea of using Chu Tianyin to provoke Chu Yunhe with the Budokai quota. His own brother was disabled. He probably couldn't hold it in this time. Jiang Chongkong followed the principal back to the 5-story building. A group of people gathered in the principal's room. The principals of the other 3 schools were also there. At this moment, all 3 of them were smiling. The first place could go to the unranked schools and ask for a type of resource. They didn't have a ranking. Gangshui Castle had won them in the past. This time it was Rivertown. Principal Yu, look at this. Pei Qing had a bitter expression on his face. We're old friends now. That's right, Principal Yu. We don't have any resources left. We really can't offer anything. The principals of the other 2 cities also began to play the pity card. Yubalin raised his hand. My 3 old friends, don't say any more. I know it's not easy for all of you. Thank you for your understanding, Principal Yu. The 3 of them were overjoyed. I sympathize with you, but you must also sympathize with Chongkong, me, and my school. Yubalin sighed. The expressions of the 3 of them darkened. He still wanted more resources. Looking at their worried expressions, Yubalin smiled and said, My 3 old friends, don't worry too much. As for me, I won't ask for much. How about 30% of your school's income? 30%? The 3 of them had ugly expressions on their faces. It was as if they were about to cry. We only have this much income now. If we deduct another 30%, we won't have any star stones to give to the students. I can't let down Chongkong's hard work. Moreover, everyone wants to give a better treatment to the students. Yubalin sighed softly. Friendship is friendship, and interests are interests. My 3 old friends, you must be clear about this. The 3 of them sighed and didn't say anything else. 30% was already giving them a lot of face. Just like Gangshui Castle, they didn't favor anyone. If it were them, if Gangshui Castle dared to ask for 30%, the other cities would dare to ask for 40% or even 50%. This could already be considered as treating them the same as Gangshui Castle. Jiang Chongkong watched from the side and didn't interrupt. After the discussion, Yubalin looked at Chongkong. Chongkong, if you go to the distorted Starlight Land, be careful. Try not to have any conflicts with outsiders. Outsiders? The people from Budokai in Gangshui Castle? Jiang Chongkong asked. Not only that, there are also people from Tranquil Province. They also have a quota more than Zhanghai. Yu Balin said in a low voice. You must be careful if you offend a transfer student from Tranquil Province this time. I will, Principal, Jiang Chongkong said. Principal Yu, I have to remind you about this. Pei Qing said in a low voice, the Chu family strength is terrifying. They have several hidden star-level experts. It's not safe on the way back to the city. Isn't Chongkong here? Yu Balin smiled. I will wait for him to come out and leave together. Moreover, the Chu family won't dare to move now. Old Yu, Chongkong's strength is not bad, but how can he be a match for the Chu family? The Chu family won't dare to move? Pei Qing frowned. The other two principals also looked at Jiang Chongkong in surprise. Jiang Chongkong was also a little confused. The strength he showed was not enough to fight the Chu family. Where did the principal get his confidence that he could escort them back? Yu Balin patted Jiang Chongkong's shoulder. Let's not talk about the details. Let me introduce you. Jiang City's Major, Jiang Haichuan's younger brother. Jiang Haichuan? His younger brother? The three principals were shocked at the same time. Jiang Chongkong looked speechless. Principal, don't joke around. Is Jiang Haichuan that capable? Jiang Haichuan was only at the peak of Star Ocean. His major status was indeed frightening, but the Chu family strength was also terrifying. However, looking at the three principals' expressions, what else was so great about Jiang Haichuan? Jiang Haichuan doesn't have this ability, but his younger brother does. Jiang Hai Junior Commander, Jiang Haishan. Yu Balin smiled and said, Jiang Haichuan said that if Chongkong needs anything, he will definitely do it. Jiang Chongkong was shocked. He did not expect Jiang Haichuan to have this kind of relationship. No wonder he could handle the matter of Budokai and dared to say that he had something to ask for. Could he say that he did not take it seriously at all? He was just thinking that he was a major who had accumulated a lot of wealth over the years. When he built a city, he could sell the land to him and earn some starstones. Now, it seemed that he could sell it to his younger brother? So there is such a relationship. Chongkong really has a bright future. The three principals were even more enthusiastic. Jiang Chongkong shook his head slightly and said, I just said it casually. Don't take it seriously. He did not want to ask for Jiang Haichuan's help. If he did, wouldn't he owe him a favor? If he owed him a favor, what if he wanted to give him a discount when he sold the land? It was better to pay attention to the land with distorted starlight. If he could get treasures and had enough essence, it would not be a problem to destroy the Chu family. Yu Balin stopped the three principals who were about to continue talking and said, Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Chongkong is also tired. Go and rest first. Jiang Chongkong nodded and turned to leave. After returning to his room, Jiang Chongkong wondered if he should change the Stargate starstones in his hand. He had killed many Stargate Star Demon in the past few days and had already obtained 56 level 4 inferior grade starstones. This was also 5,600 essence, chi, and spirit. He just did not know whether Mu Jinhong would be petty or not. Although he had held back, he had, after all, crippled Chu Tianyan. It was hard to guarantee that he would not be petty. He would ask later, and if it was not possible, then forget it. Not long after he sat down, there was a knock on the door. He opened the door and saw his two senior sisters and Yang Qinggan. Little Chongkong, why didn't you tell me earlier that you are so powerful? Ji Xiling said with some dissatisfaction. Yin Yanxue said coldly, in order to celebrate you getting first place, treat us to a meal. Jiang Chongkong, senior sister, eat less. If you are assigned a job in the future, don't be fired because you eat too much. Okay, tonight I will treat you, Jiang Chongkong said. Little Chongkong, you are so good. Yin Yanxue hugged him tightly. Ji Xiling hurriedly pulled the two of them away and looked vigilant. Don't let your imagination run wild. Jiang Chongkong, you are thinking too much, female comrade. There are still a few days to go to the land with distorted starlight. When the time comes, someone will come to take you there. Yang Chingan said, I have been in contact with it. About 5 or 6 days, there will be people from the army leading the way. Okay. Jiang Changkong nodded and pondered in his heart. 5 or 6 days should be enough, right? Chu Yunhe would definitely not be able to endure 5 or 6 days. Crippled people would definitely provoke him. Moreover, the issue of who would be given the quota had to be decided within these 5 or 6 days. Chapter 121. In the Gangshui Castle Hospital, a group of youths arrived and went straight to the intensive care unit. Third brother, Big Brother Feng. In the intensive care ward, a young man rushed in. When he saw the 2 people lying on the bed, his eyes widened in anger. Second brother, you must avenge me. Chu Tianyin's pale face was flushed with excitement as he gnashed his teeth and said, Kill Jiang Changkong. You must kill him. Don't worry, third brother. Chu Yunhe comforted Chu Tianyin and looked at Jin Feng, who was lying on the bed, and asked with concern, Big Brother Feng, how are you feeling? It's just a serious injury. I'll be fine with some money. Jin Feng propped himself up and said with a sinister expression, Didn't Chu Yunlong say that your Chu family is the overlord of Zhanghai? Now I want you to kill Jiang Changkong and tear him to pieces. Big Brother Feng. Third brother, don't worry. I'll definitely kill Jiang Changkong. Chu Yunhe promised in a deep voice, but he didn't have much confidence in his heart. Looking at the 2 gradually calming down, Chu Yunhe cautiously said, But it's a little troublesome. Troublesome? Is it troublesome for you to kill someone now? Jin Feng exploded and his hair stood on end as he roared. What's the use of having you? What did you say just now? Big Brother Feng, calm down first. Don't be angry. It's bad for your body. Chu Yunhe quickly persuaded. Calm down? Jin Feng coldly said, Your Chu family doesn't have any hidden star realm? Not even late-stage hidden star realm. Not even middle-stage hidden star realm? Big Brother Feng, this matter is a little special. Some time ago, something happened to fourth brother, so the Chu family is under a lot of pressure. Chu Yunhe quickly explained. Chu Tianqing and Zhao Qianjun colluded with each other to get firearms, which was reported to the Federation in Jiangsu. The Chu family dared to make small moves, but they didn't dare to make any big moves. As long as he dared to do anything out of line, the junior commander of the Gangshui Castle, Zhanghai Mountain, would definitely surround the Chu family immediately. The overlord of Zhanghai, that was when the Federation ignored them. Once they noticed them, they were nothing more than ants. Do you mean that I have to think of a way myself? Jin Feng looked at him coldly. Chu Yunhe rolled his eyes and said with a smile, The Chu family really doesn't dare to act recklessly now. Now we have a chance to kill Jiang Changkong. He wants a spot in Budokai, so he'll challenge me. You know how strong I am. I'm far weaker than Brother Feng. Jin Feng frowned. Chu Yunhe's strength really couldn't compare to his. If even he wasn't a match for Jiang Changkong, how could he expect Chu Yunhe to defeat Jiang Changkong? You want me to invite someone from the Tranquil Province? And the Chu family won't pay anything? Jin Feng tapped his finger on the edge of the bed. Invite someone from the Tranquil Province? If he could survive in the Tranquil Province, why would he need to come here to get a spot? Chu Yunhe hurriedly said, No way. The Chu family will pay for all the expenses. Jin Feng pondered and said, If you want to deal with Jiang Changkong, you'll need to be at least in the early stage of the Hidden Star Realm. But I want him to die without being able to resist. I know a friend of a friend who reached the middle stage of the Hidden Star Realm not long ago. Chu Yunhe's expression didn't change. No problem. Besides, apart from the expenses, Brother Feng will also get a commission. But can this friend of a friend come? What kind of nonsense is this? A friend of a friend? Chu Yunhe felt a burst of disdain in his heart. I'll try. My friend has a good relationship with him. But how are you going to do it? Jin Feng asked. Join Budokai, of course, and fight on my behalf. Chu Yunhe smiled. Jin Feng nodded. His expression softened a lot. This time he would make a killing off this guy. He immediately picked up his phone and began to call his friends. Although he was not doing well, he could still hire someone with money. Before long, Jin Feng raised his head and said he agreed, but he wants a spot in Budokai. A spot? Chu Yunha frowned and said, I don't have enough spots for myself. That's his condition. He will only take one thing from this spot. You can have the rest, Jin Feng said. No problem. I'll call Jiang Changkong right now. Chu Yunha looked happy and was about to take out his phone to call Jiang Changkong. Wait, ask him to fight and take back the 3 spots in his hands, Jin Feng said coldly. Chu Yunha was slightly stunned and said, No problem. Jiang Changkong had just finished his meal and went out with his 2 senior sisters and Yang Qinggan. He had not taken a good look at Gangshui Castle yet. Receiving Chu Yunha's call, Jiang Changkong's expression was indifferent. Chu Yunha, since you've agreed to the duel, why don't we be more straightforward and decide the winner and the loser in one battle? Do you dare? Chu Yunha said coldly. If you want to die, I'll satisfy you, Jiang Changkong said lightly. Chu Yunha said again, Don't you think it's unfair to fight like this? The 5 spots belong to Gangshui Castle Budokai. What do you want? Jiang Changkong frowned. My stake is the 5 spots. Your stake is, of course, the spots in your hands, Chu Yunha said lightly. Next, are you going to say that my 3 spots are not as good as 5, so I have to add other chips? Jiang Changkong sneered. Chu Yunha paused and said, That's right. You do have to add more chips. Jiang Changkong snorted. Is there something wrong with your brain? These 5 spots are yours. The Federation gave them to the whole of Zhanghai, not your Gangshui castle. In other words, you're the one who has no chips. Why do you want me to take out the 3 spots that belong to me? Chu Yunha, what Jiang Changkong said made sense. What Jiang Changkong said was true. The Federation gave the 5 spots to Zhanghai Budokai, not to him. Jiangqing Budokai also belonged to Zhanghai. The 2 Budokai had a fair competition. Even if it was divided in half, it could still be divided into 2 halves. Why did he take out the 5 spots as a stake? Now, you're the one who should increase the stakes. By the way, how's Chu Tianyin's injury? I spared his life. You should thank me. Jiang Changkong said lightly. Chu Yunha looked ferocious. He said through gritted teeth, Tell me, what do you want? Jiang Changkong sneered. Don't talk to me if you don't have 500 upper grade, 5th grade starstones. You're talking big. Chu Yunha was so angry that he almost laughed. 500 upper grade, 5th grade starstones? The Chu family could afford it. However, if they did, the Chu family's savings over the years would be almost exhausted. Jiang Changkong, let me tell you, if you don't dare to fight, then you can have at most 2 of the 5 spots. 2 then. You want to have a life and death battle with me without any stakes? You! Chu Yunha took a deep breath and looked at the 2 people beside him. He said, 500 low-grade starstones are enough to buy the 3 spots in your hands. There were many treasures in the distorted starlight. Jiang Changkong was thinking. A drop of blood was worth 20,000 essence, qi, and spirit. He could only bring out a few drops each time, which was less than 10,000. 500 low-grade starstones would be 500,000 essence, qi, and spirit. If there were no other treasures, the value of 500 low-grade, 5th grade starstones would be more than the spots. I agree. Time and place, Jiang Changkong said lightly. 7 o'clock in the morning the day after tomorrow at the martial arts school's training field. Chu Yunha said coldly he would let Jiang Changkong die at the place where Chu Tianyin was injured. Jiang Changkong hung up the phone. 500,000 essence, qi, and spirit. With one more point, he would be able to max out the 5 martial arts to Sheng. Who called? Ji Xiling asked. It was Chu Yunha. He asked me to have a battle in the martial arts school the day after tomorrow to decide who the 5 spots belong to. It will be a battle of life and death, Jiang Changkong said. He took the initiative to contact you. In addition, Chu Tianyan was seriously injured. He also prepared a stake. Apart from excitement, he must have prepared something, Ji Xiling said with a frown. A hint of seriousness appeared on Ing Yanshue's cold face. If he dares to fight to life and death, he must have something to rely on. The Chu family? Jiang Changkong frowned. The Chu family is now being watched by Jianghai Mountain. They shouldn't dare to do anything. Could it be Jin Feng? He dared to agree because the Chu family was being watched. They didn't dare to do anything. However, he had forgotten that Jin Feng was from the Tranquil Province. Could it be that he would call for help? Let's ask someone first, Ji Xiling said. Chapter 122. Jiang Changkong thought about it, then decided to call Jiang Haichuan. In less than an hour, Jiang Haichuan replied, Jin Feng isn't doing very well in the Tranquil Province, even though he has a hidden Star Peak father. But he also has a few brothers who are fighting fiercely over him. He's the most unpopular one. Thank you. Jiang Changkong thanked him and hung up. Jin Feng isn't much, he's just a loafer. This was the information from Jiang Haichuan. He wasn't popular, he had a few scoundrel friends, but their relationship was mediocre. Moreover, his friends were all Stargate level. None of them were Hidden Star level. He didn't dare to let his family know about this, so there shouldn't be any danger. Only then did the two of them relax and said, It's getting late. How about this? Let's go have some fun first. Sure, where to? Jiang Changkong asked. The Arcade Chamber of Commerce, of course. Ji Xiling said, Jiangshui's biggest specialty, the most delicious, and the most fun place is the Arcade Chamber of Commerce. All right, we'll eat there when we're tired, Ing Yanshui agreed. Chamber of Commerce? Doesn't it sell martial arts, weapons, medicine, and so on? Jiang Changkong muttered. Ji Xiling said, The Arcade Chamber of Commerce has martial arts and weapons on one floor, medicine on one floor, and clothes on the last floor. It's similar to the big shopping malls of the past. Jiang Changkong suddenly understood. So that's what it was. Arcade Chamber of Commerce, 7 floors. The 4 of them went straight to the 3rd floor, the Arcade Entertainment Hall. The entertainment here was different from the arcade in his previous life. The machines here had turned into gift boxes. Inside the gift boxes could be medicine, starstones, or even spatial equipment. There were also shooting machines and various dungeons. Whoever could clear the dungeons with 1 life would receive a mysterious reward. Apart from these, there were all kinds of entertainment, some of which Jiang Changkong didn't even have in his previous life. The 2 senior sisters exchanged their tokens and ran off to play. Yang Qinggan stood beside him and spread his hands. Girls like to come to this kind of place. Senior, aren't you going? Jiang Changkong asked. Yang Qinggan sighed and said, I won't be going. I used to come here often to play, but when I couldn't get any rewards, I just vented my emotions. Then let's find a place to sit down and have a drink. Jiang Changkong said. Okay. Yang Qinggan nodded. Jiang Changkong informed his 2 senior sisters and went for a drink with Yang Qinggan. There were a lot of beverage shops, and there were quite a few game halls on this floor. I don't know what to drink. Senior is familiar with this place. You decide, Jiang Changkong said. Yang Qinggan said, The best is the Jade Light tea. It's on the 4th floor. Let's go. The 2 of them took the elevator to the 4th floor and went straight to the Arcade Tea House. The interior was decorated in an antique style, giving off a trace of an ancient aura. Faint starlight filled the air. Sitting on ancient red wooden chairs, the 2 of them ordered some radiant light tea. The Arcade tea is a secret recipe of the Arcade Chamber of Commerce. It's helpful for improving your astral power. Yang Qinggan said, A pot costs 200 star dollars and can't be refilled. Not bad. Jiang Changkong nodded. He didn't care about the money anymore. Soon, a pot of red tea was served. Yang Qinggan poured a cup for him. Try it, Jiang Changkong took a sip, and the sweetness stimulated his taste buds. The tea turned into a warm current, and the astral power in his body seemed to be stimulated and became active. Unfortunately, it was only active for a short while. Jiang Changkong, who was enjoying the tea, suddenly felt a hand on his shoulder. He opened his eyes, looked at the meaty hand, and saw a fat face. Nan Tianpang? Nan Tianwang's face darkened. My name is Nan Tianwang. Why do you sound like Chu Tianyin? This is... Yang Qinggan was confused. A friend of Changkong? Do you want to have a drink? Don't drink this. I'll take you to have some good tea. Nan Tianwang pulled Jiang Changkong up. Let's go to the private room. Jiang Changkong shrugged and followed him with Yang Qinggan. When they entered the private room, there was a waiter standing respectfully at the side. Nan Tianwang waved his hand. You don't have to pay for the pot of tea. You can leave. I'll take care of them myself. Yes. The waiter bowed respectfully and left. Nan Tianpang, what's your relationship with the Alcade Chamber of Commerce? Jiang Changkong frowned. Nan Tianpang is rich, and the Alcade Chamber of Commerce is headquartered in a large province. Is he the son of the Alcade Chamber of Commerce? We're partners. Nan Tianwang smiled. Congratulations, brother. You won first place in the conference and took all 3 spots. Your news sure came fast. Jiang Changkong smiled faintly. Sit down and have some tea. This is the authentic Alcade tea. It's good for your body apart from astral power. Nan Tianwang quickly called out to the 2 of them. Yang Qinggan glanced at Jiang Changkong. When he saw that Jiang Changkong didn't move, he didn't move either. Jiang Changkong looked at the tea. It was red and had a strong aroma. Why do I feel like you're not kind enough to treat me to tea? That's where you're wrong. Didn't Mingjie eat and drink with you all the time? Nan Tianwang said. She only treated me to regular tea, Jiang Changkong said. The tea that Yao Meng brought was just regular tea. He didn't know how much it cost, but it definitely wasn't cheap. Yang Qinggan had never tasted it in all his years in the Gangshui castle. He and Nan Tianwang had only worked together once. Jiang Changkong always maintained a trace of vigilance against those who wanted to pull him into their ranks. Nan Tianwang smiled helplessly. Changkong, we're not enemies. Why are you so cautious? All right, I'll get straight to the point. I want to buy a few spots for the distorted Starlight Land. Not selling. Jiang Changkong refused right away. Sure enough, he was up to no good. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. You can name the price. What's the use of asking for 3 spots? Nan Tianwang said. Jiang Changkong crossed his legs. There are quite a lot of people in the school. I have 2 senior sisters. Nan Tianwang smiled. Aren't you competing with Budokai? With your strength, are you afraid that you can't get those spots? Even if you don't compete, you can at least get 2 more spots. There are 6 people in Budokai, including me, Jiang Changkong said calmly. Changkong, to be honest, you won't lose out by selling the spots to me. I've investigated all the members in Budokai. Other than you, the strongest person, Pang Yin, is only at the peak of Star Ocean. Nan Tianwang said calmly, with their strength, it'll be hard for them to protect themselves. What good things can they get? Jiang Changkong was silent. Yang Qinggan didn't interrupt. Nan Tianwang was right. With their strength, other than Jiang Changkong, it would be very dangerous for them to go in. The traps inside could only threaten the early Stargate members, but not the people who went in. Not to mention that Stargate was everywhere, but there were definitely a lot of them. After going in, they couldn't be together immediately. What if they met someone else? After a long time, Jiang Changkong said, with your identity, you're interested in the distorted Starlight Land here. This. Nan Tianwang looked at Yang Qinggan. I'll go out first. Yang Qinggan stood up. Jiang Changkong raised his hand. My senior is also from Budokai. There's nothing to hide. Nan Tianwang nodded and said, Do you still remember the moonstone from last time? There are moonstones in the distorted starlight land. Jiang Changkong raised his eyebrows. No. Before I came, I received news that the distorted starlight land was terrifyingly hot. This news was suppressed immediately and didn't leak out. Nan Tianwang said in a low voice, "If there are no accidents, you'll not be facing people from ordinary provinces." "What treasure is it?" Jiang Changkong asked. "According to my guess, it'll be of great benefit to both you and me. It's a sunstone that fell from the sun star and contains the essence of the sun." Nan Tianwang said in a low voice, "If that's the case, why should I give it to you?" Jiang Changkong pondered. He didn't care about sunstone or moonstone because he didn't have essence, qi or spirit. Others needed it, but he didn't. We'll help each other. This time, we'll rely on our own abilities to get the sunstone. Nan Tianwang said in a low voice, "If you can give me more than 3 places, I'll owe you a favor on behalf of my big brother." Relying on our own abilities is no problem. What about your big brother? Jiang Changkong raised his eyebrows. Nan Tianwang said proudly, "My big brother won't come, but you'll go to a big province. As long as you don't commit a heinous crime, my big brother will be able to settle it." Yang Qing'an's hand trembled. From a big province? If it wasn't a heinous crime, he could settle it? He hurriedly gave Jiang Changkong a look, indicating for him to agree. Jiang Changkong thought for a moment and said with a smile, "How can a favor be as good as a starstone?" Yang Qing'an, Nan Tianwang, did you fall for a starstone? Chapter 123. Favors were very useful when the other party wanted to help you. When the other party didn't want to help you, it was worth nothing. If Nan Tianwang failed to obtain the Yangstones, it was hard to say whether or not he would still acknowledge this favor. Jiang Changkong was quite strong, but he wasn't confident that he could get anything from a group of provincial geniuses. Let me say this first. I've already agreed to a battle with Chu Yunhe. It's a battle of life and death. If I win, 5 slots will belong to me, plus 500 inferior level 5-star stones. My wager is 3 slots. I don't have any slots now. Jiang Changkong told him about this. Nan Tianwang smiled and said, "Do you think I don't believe in your strength? Chu Yunhe isn't much stronger than Chu Tianyin. Tell me, how many slots can you give me if you win?" "If I win, I'll bring a few people in." "I'm not sure how many slots I can give," Jiang Changkong said. "Are you sure you can get 3 slots?" Nan Tianwang asked in a deep voice. "Definitely," Jiang Changkong said. Of the 5 slots, 6 of them were from Budokai. Tang Ruashi had already gone to the Yin province. That left 2 senior sisters, Yang Qing'an and Peng Yin. Including him, there were 5 slots. They might not go to the distorted starlight this time. Therefore, 3 slots would definitely be allocated. Nan Tianwang's fat face revealed a wide smile. "Good. 3 slots. 500 inferior level 5-star stones. I'll pay 500. Wait." Jiang Changkong shook his head and said, "Other than the 500 slots, they still have their own slots. Even if they have to split the slots, they can get 3. Nan Tianwang's smile froze. "You cheater, you want to increase the price again? Then how much do you want?" Nan Tianwang curled his lips and said, "You see, so many geniuses want it. Why don't we organize an auction? Can I give you a spot for free?" Jiang Changkong smiled and said, "Although I don't know the geniuses of the major provinces, I'm sure you can contact some of them." Nan Tianwang said with dissatisfaction, "I know you want to raise the price. Don't talk nonsense, just give me a number." As long as the problem could be solved with money, it was not a problem for him. If he could obtain Yang stones, he was willing to spend any amount of money. "Look, they have 3 slots and 500 low-grade, 5th-grade starstones to bet with me. I don't want much, just 1,000. Jiang Changkong stuck out a finger. "Right now, the quota is very popular. Yang Qinggan opened his mouth and was about to say something when Nan Tianwang spoke. Here, Nan Tianwang took out several star stones with a wave of his hand. All of them were lower-grade star stones of the 5th level. She took it out and even looked at him proudly, her eyes full of smiles. Jiang Changkong, just how rich are you? No. How could I forget that you are a partner of the Alcade Chamber of Commerce? The Chamber of Commerce of a major province has business in many provinces. This is a super-rich person. Why did I only offer a price of 1,000? Jiang Changkong immediately said righteously, I'll trade after the battle. How can I take the money before I get the quota? I believe in Brother Changkong's character. Take it. Nan Tianwang forced the star stones into his hands. You still want to stall for time and raise the price later? No way. Jiang Changkong sighed softly. You misunderstand me. I just think it's better to give the goods at the same time. That was what he really thought. Nan Tianwang actually thought of him as such a despicable person. With your strength, you will definitely win the battle. I will go and watch the battle. Moreover, I like to pay first when I buy things. Nan Tianwang said with a smile. Hurry up and accept it. Changkong, Senior Yang, have some tea, have some tea. Nan Tianwang picked up the teacup and placed it in his hands. It's decided. Goodbye. With that, he hurriedly ran out of the private room. Is there a need to be so anxious? Jiang Changkong muttered. Yang Qinggan said with a dark face, You sold it cheaply. Of course he's anxious to leave. Cheaply? Jiang Changkong was stunned. Not to mention the star stones. 1 drop of blood you bring out is worth at least 10 bottles of level 5 medial grade medicine. 100 inferior grade star stones can buy 2 bottles of level 5 medial grade medicine. But 3 quotas, only 2 drops of blood? Yang Qinggan covered his forehead and said he's lucky. Not to mention getting that so-called sunstone. Just the other treasures alone are worth it. Moreover, because of the sunstone, this quota is very popular now. It can be sold at a rotten price. Your price is on average 303 star stones each. And you don't even want a favor. Jiang Changkong. I don't have asterisk king know the market. Usually I just convert my essence, chi and spirit to calculate. That damn fatty, no wonder he insisted on giving him the star stones. Is level 5 medial grade medicine that expensive? Jiang Changkong held his chin and said in surprise, 50 inferior grade star stones for 1 bottle. The higher the grade, of course, the more expensive it is. But what's the use of star stones? Where can't you get pure star power? Of course, it doesn't mean that star stones are useless. I only know that for those big forces, only high-grade star stones are treasures. Yang Qinggan rolled his eyes and said, 1,000 star stones is enough for 1 or 2 bottles of level 5 high-grade medicine. Jiang Changkong, in that case, Budokai's points were very precious. Senior, you know the market very well. Jiang Changkong held his chin and said, It's okay. You'll know when you're at a disadvantage, Yang Qinggan said. Jiang Changkong looked at the star stones. It was obviously impossible to go to Nan Tianpang now. He didn't expect the gap to be so big. 50 inferior grade star stones was equivalent to 50,000 essence, chi, and spirit. In the end, it was exchanged for a bottle of medicine worth 2,000 essence, chi, and spirit? That was 25 times. Yang Qinggan picked up a star stone and continued. Of course, it also depends on the person. In Gangshui Castle, it's difficult to sell it for a high price. But that fatty just now is from a big province. There are only 3 places. Under the situation where the price is rotten, it's at least another 500. You can't even buy the places of the big province, where starlight is distorted with starstones. As he spoke, Yang Qinggan turned on his phone. There was a website with all kinds of shops on it. They were selling weapons, medicine, and so on. Look at this, top 4th grade bottleneck medicine, used to break through the Stargate. The price is 500, top 4th grade starstones. Jiang Chongkong was stunned. 4th grade medicine, used to break through the bottleneck and enter the hidden star realm. It was indeed not bad. But wasn't 500 yuan a little too much? His mind was a little confused. He was really a poor man who had never seen the world. However, thinking about it, star stones could only absorb star power. But these medicines were different. Some could condense star power. Some could break through the bottleneck of a major realm. Some could quickly increase the speed of cultivation, and some could strengthen the body, and so on. Star stones, on the contrary, had become the most common thing. No, he had to quickly build the city and sell it for a high price. Do you still want to drink this tea? Yang Qinggan asked. Pack it up and bring it back to taste, Jiang Chongkong said. I don't want to think about it. It's a loss. Yang Qinggan nodded. Actually, it's not too much of a loss. It varies according to the people and the place. The place is too small, so the price of the goods is limited. Jiang Chongkong nodded. These 1,000 pieces of 5th grade low-grade starstones were worth 1,000,000 essence, energy, and spirit. It was enough for him to step into the peak of the Stargate. The two of them packed up the tea and went to look for the 2 senior sisters. Nan Tianwang looked at the back of the 2 of them and laughed until his body twitched. Young master, what are you laughing at? A middle-aged man looked at him strangely. 1,000 5th grade low-grade starstones for 3 places, Nan Tianwang said while holding back his laughter. Then the middle-aged man laughed along with him. It seems that someone in the Tranquil Province offered 1,000 high-grade 5th grade starstones for 1 place. That guy only recognizes starstones. I also prepared another 1,000 high-grade 5th grade starstones. In the end, 1,000 low-grade starstones was enough. He didn't want the favor. Nan Tianwang laughed even more happily until he finally burst out laughing. Chapter 124. After dinner, Jiang Chongkong was in a good mood, even though he had sold 3 quotas at a loss. Although he had sold 3 spots at a loss, the starstones were very useful to him. He didn't know the price for the first time, so it was fine. If he had something good in the future, he would sell it at a higher price. As for Nan Tianpang, he would let him be happy for a while. He wouldn't be able to kill him in the future. The Sunstone would depend on their own abilities. Then he wouldn't stand on ceremony. However, he had to consider whether the fatty would call out a hidden star overlord. That wouldn't do. He had to hurry back and improve his strength. Back in his room, Jiang Chongkong took out the starstones and extracted his essence. Mu Jinhong had helped him replace his 56 starstones with processed ones. They were both martial arts schools. Although they weren't in the same city, he wasn't that narrow-minded. Essence Spirit 1019798. 1,000,000 essence Spirit. When he won the battle, he would get another 500,000 essence, spirit, and spirit. His 5 martial arts were upgraded at the same time. The power in his body rose. Stargate trembled and condensed a bit. Pure star power surged out. Golden force patterns formed, and a huge force condensed in his body. The comprehension of 5 martial arts poured into his mind at the same time. His 5 senses were enhanced again. His body was covered in golden light and flames. The Tai Chi diagram appeared by itself and blocked the high temperature. Looking at the remaining 300,000 essence, spirit, and spirit, it wasn't enough to max out 1 martial art. Jiang Chongkong thought about it and used all of it on the Vajra indestructible divine art. He had to increase his defense first. Staying alive was the most important. Jiang Chongkong, Stargate Peak Lower Middle Grade Martial Art. Vajra Indestructible Divine Art. Perfect. 394799/625000. Tai Chi Mysterious Art. Perfect 1/625000. 3 strikes. Perfect 1/625000. Blazing Sun Art. Perfect 1/625000. Yuling Art. Perfect 1/625000. Essence, Spirit, and Spirit. Zero feeling the vast star power in his body. Jiang Changkong was very satisfied. He got 5 spots a day after tomorrow. Should he sell a few more? Forget it. Nan Tianpeng probably wouldn't buy it. 3 slots were enough for him. Yang Qinggan was right about one thing. The small space limited the price of the items. In Gangshui Castle, there were very few people like Fatty Nan, unless he met another rich man from a big province. After stabilizing his cultivation, Jiang Changkong began to rest. The next morning, Pang Yun arrived. Needless to say, he challenged him again. This time he was politely rejected. He really couldn't raise his interest. The gap between them was too big. The pinnacle of Star Sea and the pinnacle of Stargate. How could they fight? He could only find an excuse. He had to prepare for the battle tomorrow, so he had to ensure that he was in peak condition. Only then did Pang Yun stop pestering him. But she still couldn't stay idle. She dragged Jiang Qinggan along to fight. Jiang Changkong and his 2 senior sisters went out to play. They played until night time before returning to school. On the other hand, many young experts suddenly appeared in Gangshui Castle, and most of them were at the Stargate realm. There were a few that Jiang Changkong couldn't see through, but he didn't feel any danger. He didn't know if they were hidden by equipment like the star concealment ring. On the other hand, Chu Yunhe and Jin Feng received the invited experts. They slept until dawn. The training field of Gangshui Castle Martial Arts School was already packed with people. Other than students from the 5 schools, there were also people from Gangshui Castle, Budokai, and people who came to watch the show. Although not everyone in the city knew about this, there were still many people who knew about it. Nan Tianwang was among the crowd, standing in the front row. Jiang Changkong looked at that fat face and wanted to slap it. In the center of the training field, there was an open space of 300 meters. The people from Budokai stood opposite. Jiang Changkong walked to the center of the open space step by step. He looked forward and saw Chu Tianyin and Jin Feng. Where's Chu Yunhe? Is he afraid to come? Jiang Changkong, you won't be so arrogant for long. Sign the life and death contract now. Chu Tianyin's expression was ferocious, revealing a crazed look. Immediately, Jin Feng took out a contract and a pen, wrapped them in astral power, and flew to Jiang Changkong. Changkong, 3 spots are enough. Yu Balin shouted. The 2 senior sisters also looked at him nervously. As long as he didn't sign the contract, there was still room for regret. Jiang Changkong looked calm and glanced at the contract. It was a life and death battle between 2 people from Budokai. It would determine the winner and the loser. 1 battle to decide the winner. Without hesitation, he waved his hand and signed his name. The contract was wrapped in astral power and flew to Mu Jinhong, who was next to him for safekeeping. Haha, let's see if you can survive this time. Chu Tianyin laughed and said with a grim smile, Second brother, he has already signed it. The crowd parted and 2 figures walked over. Their auras were restrained. Chu Yunhe. Jiang Changkong looked at the leader, a young man with shoulder-length hair. The other person was in a black robe. His face and figure couldn't be seen. Jiang Changkong, you're really stubborn about dying. Chu Yunhe's eyes were cold and full of killing intent. Cut the crap. Come and accept your death, Jiang Changkong said coldly. Chu Yunhe smiled coldly and took a step back. I challenged you to a duel. How can I, the guildmaster, make a move? Just be a member of the club. Then he pushed the man in black forward and smiled. Brother Lin, I'll leave it to you. Lin Jia, Gangshui Castle, Budokai. The man in black stepped forward and his astral power surged. His black robe turned into pieces, revealing a thin face. He had short hair and a thin face. The long sword in his hand was emitting a faint blue light. Strong star power rose, and the top of Lin Jia's head turned blue, like an ocean, with the sound of surging waves. The onlookers' faces darkened. They felt a terrifying pressure. Mu Jinhong's expression changed. The middle stage of the hidden star realm When did Budokai have a middle stage hidden star realm cultivator? I just invited him, Chu Yunha said with a smile. I don't need to report this to the vice president, do I? Is the Chu family so shameless? Ji Xiling shouted angrily. Hey, this has nothing to do with the Chu family. It's just a matter between Budokai and Budokai, Chu Yunha said calmly. Besides, there's no rule about the duel. It's a competition between presidents. If you have the ability, you can also invite a middle stage hidden star realm cultivator. However, you don't seem to have time or anyone to invite. Chu Yunha, very good. Nan Tianwang looked at Chu Yunha coldly and said, Chong Kong, make a spot immediately. It's not easy to find a middle stage hidden star realm cultivator, but it's not a problem to find a late stage hidden star realm cultivator. Chu Yunha glanced at Nan Tianwang and picked up his phone. It's 6:59 now. You have 1 minute to join Budokai. Nan Tianwang was speechless. 1 minute was definitely not enough. This guy came at the right time. He had planned it from the beginning. But I only have 3 spots. Jiang Changkong looked at Lin Jie, feeling a little pressured and a little dangerous. However, it was just a little pressure and danger. He could deal with it himself. Chu Yunha, good move. Jiang Changkong sighed and held the long saber in his hand. Then let's fight. Changkong, don't mess around. We'll do it, Ji Xiling and Ying Yanxue said at the same time. Do you want me to kill you? Jiang Changkong said calmly. The astral power in his body was vast and mighty. The golden light, the fiery light, and the black and white Tai Chi diagram were released at the same time. Who said that I can't kill a hidden star realm cultivator? Boom! The violent astral power spread in all directions. The onlookers' expressions changed at the same time and they retreated frantically. This aura, it's impossible. He's at the peak of Stargate, but his power is comparable to a middle stage hidden star realm cultivator. He's even stronger than Lin Jie. The onlookers were shocked. Even Nan Tianwang and the people around him were dumbfounded. Pang Yin said in a daze, Brother's explosive power is so strong. Chapter 125. Brother Lin. Chu Yunha's expression changed. He was glad that he wasn't the one fighting Lin Jie. How could someone at the early stage of the hidden star realm deal with this? He was even stronger than Lin Jie, who had just reached the middle stage. Don't worry, Lin Jie said confidently. His explosive power is indeed terrifying. If he suddenly unleashed it during the battle, I might have been injured. But now, in order to give his teammates a little confidence, he's not going to last long and he's not confident enough. It's too early, someone next to Nan Tianwang said. Mu Jinhong looked at the time and shouted, It's 7 o'clock. Let's go. Everyone stepped back. If it was before, they would have thought that it would be a one-sided battle that could be controlled and would end quickly, so they watched from a close distance. But now it couldn't end in a short time, and it would affect a lot of people, so they naturally had to step back. Everyone stepped back, but Jiang Changkong didn't rush to take action. Lin Jie wasn't in a hurry either. Using a secret method? Let's see how long you can last. The longer it took, the better it would be for him. When everyone stepped back, Lin Jie's long saber flew in the air, and the sunset glow was as red as blood. One saber, sunset. Jiang Changkong didn't hide his star power at all. He slashed down with his sunset saber. Boom! The bright red saber light and the terrifying star power fluctuations covered the entire practice field with a sunset glow. Boundless ocean. Lin Jie shouted coldly, and the blue sword light soared into the sky. He didn't use any tricks, but chose to fight head-on. Boom! The saber and sword collided, and the saber chi and sword chi swept in all directions. The ground cracked, the dust was flying, and the bright red and blue intertwined. Lin Jie took several steps back in the mighty star power, and the long saber spun back. Kill! Jiang Changkong held the hilt and disappeared in an instant. How long can a desperate attack last? Lin Jie snorted and turned his sword. The blue sword light tore the air and broke the raging star power. Clang! The saber and sword collided, and the 4 power patterns in Jiang Changkong's body vibrated at the same time, increasing his power. Lin Jie frowned, and his body sank. He was almost overwhelmed by the majestic power, so the star power in his body quickly surged out. With a loud boom, the saber and sword separated. The two of them were extremely fast as they clashed again. The sounds of swords and sabers clashing could be heard continuously. Their figures were so fast that even Nan Tianwang could not see their true bodies clearly. Uncle Lu, what's the situation now? Nan Tianwang narrowed his eyes as he watched the battlefield. The middle-aged man standing behind him narrowed his eyes and said, Jiang Changkong is slightly stronger, but his strength is limited. What should we do? Are you going to make a move later? This quota is related to the Yang Stone, Nan Tianwang said in a low voice. Uncle Lu shook his head and said, It is not easy to tamper with it. Mu Jin Hong, that old thing, does not care who wins or loses. Boom! Both parties collided again, but this time they were far away from each other. Astral powers surged, and billowing dust filled the training field. Mu Jinhong watched closely with a hint of amazement in his eyes. Jiang City really has a treasure. I hope he won't die. Yu Balin and the others were extremely nervous, but the gap in strength was too big, so they could only worry. They did not dare to make a sound, for fear of disturbing Jiang Changkong and disturbing his mind. Brother Lin, don't fight head-on, Chu Yun has said nervously. Although they could not see the battle clearly, it was best to stall for time at this time. As long as they could stall for time until Jiang Changkong's secret method passed, they could easily crush him. Lin Jie's eyes were cold and he did not answer, but his next move changed. He held back a little bit of his blue sword and retreated as soon as he touched it. His figure was so fast that it was almost invisible. The sword qi was like a tide, and his real body could not be seen. Fight? It will only make you lose faster. Jiang Changkong sneered. Facing the tide of sword qi, the Tai Chi painting appeared. Rumble. The tide of sword qi poured to the side, causing the ground to shake. The sword marks sank into the ground, leaving countless sword pits. Kill! Lin Jie's figure appeared in the tide of sword qi, and the blue sword light pierced straight at him. Buzz! Jiang Changkong seemed to have expected it. The Tai Chi painting rotated and the sword qi poured out. But 20% of the sword qi reversed and went straight to Lin Jie. Lin Jie's face changed. He wanted to withdraw his sword, but the long saber had arrived. At this critical moment, he could only raise his palm to block, ready to destroy the reversed sword qi. Jiang Changkong suddenly let go of the long saber, controlled it with the Yuling incantation, and slapped Lin Jie. Golden flames rose in his palm, and the Tai Chi painting loomed. His whole body was surrounded by golden flames, which evaporated the blue water vapor. The sword and the saber collided, and the two palms met. Boom! The majestic star power rushed in all directions, and the two of them retreated at the same time to offset the boundless impact of the star power. Lin Jie's face darkened. He felt a burst of pain in his left hand, and his palm was red. Kill! Using the star power to suppress the injury in his left hand, Lin Jie's figure drifted again. Jiang Changkong held the long saber and thought to himself, no wonder he's at the hidden star level. Even the Tai Chi painting can only offset 20% of the power. However, his 5 senses were not affected. Lin Jie's method of trembling seemed ridiculous to his 5 senses. Behind him, the sword of sunset was like fire and the star power was mighty. Boom! Puff! The blue star power instantly drowned Lin Jie, and he could only stabilize his body after tumbling in the air. How did you find me? Lin Jie wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were full of surprise. Was it a coincidence, or did he really know? I'll prove it with my life. Jiang Changkong said calmly, Kill! Lin Jie snorted. With a flash of sword light, he attacked again, but this time he was much more cautious. Jiang Changkong furrowed his brows. This time his long saber slowed down by a beat, narrowly dodging the sword light. That's right. Lin Jie breathed a sigh of relief. Even if he could find me, he wouldn't have noticed it until he got close. If he had been prepared and seen through everything, it would have been meaningless for him to fight. He must have guessed it just now. However, he was still cautious. He remembered the lesson he had just learned. Jiang Changkong's long saber was covered in golden flames. Every time they collided, it would tremble. There was a gap between his weapon and Lin Jie's. If this went on, he would probably be defeated because of his inferior weapon. Thinking of this, Jiang Changkong's star power began to shrink at a very fast speed. Just like the disappearance of the secret method, his strength rapidly decreased, and the flames around him also dissipated. Lin Jie was delighted, but he still remained vigilant. He was still testing. Jiang Changkong cursed in his heart. How can a middle-stage star shelter be so cowardly? As the sword light approached, Jiang Changkong retreated. In order to win Lin Jie's trust, he took the initiative to vomit blood. Changkong! Ji Xiling and the others called out nervously. My 3 places are gone, Nan Tuong said sadly. Without the secret method, you can't even take 1 sword strike from me. Seeing this, Lin Jie was completely relieved. The sword light rose again, but he still held back a little. In the face of this sword strike, Jiang Changkong's face was solemn. He retreated and narrowly avoided being hit in the vital parts. Swish! The sword light cut through his clothes and skin, and golden blood dripped down. This sword strike will send you to hell. Looking at the embarrassed Jiang Changkong, Lin Jie sneered without trembling. The blue sword light appeared again. The boundless sea. Jiang Changkong's face was solemn. Although the power of this sword strike was terrifying, it was not impossible for him to withstand it. 1 strike, sunset. The sunset was like fire, but it was not as terrifying as before. Kill! The 2 sides collided again. This time, the sword and the saber did not collide but intertwined. Jiang Changkong seemed to have predicted where the sword would fall. He twisted his body, and the long sword pierced into his body. At the same time, the long saber pierced into his body. In an instant, a violent burst of star power surged into his body. No, Lin Jie roared. The long saber pierced through his body and left shoulder, while his sword pierced through Jiang Changkong's right shoulder. Blood spilled. His heart was penetrated by the saber, and his aura of life was dissipating. Chapter 126. Bang! They didn't come to their senses until Lin Jie fell down, stirring up a cloud of dust. What happened just now? Shouldn't Jiang Changkong be defeated? Jiang Changkong's secret method has dissipated. How could he still burst out such a strong power? Most of the onlookers couldn't figure it out. Changkong, Ji Xiling, and the others quickly surrounded him. They didn't care how Jiang Changkong won as long as he won. I'm fine, just injured. Jiang Changkong pulled out his long sword and turned to look at Chu Yunhe. The 5 places are mine. Chu Yunhe's face was gloomy, but he didn't dare to go back on his word. He said coldly, take Lin Jie away. Since Lin Jie was dead, his body had to be taken back. Ji Xiling quickly searched his body, took out a ring, and handed it to Jiang Changkong. What are you doing? He's dead. Why are you desecrating his body? Chu Yunhe shouted coldly. This is Changkong's trophy. Ji Xiling snorted and said, also, where's the bet? 500 star stones of the lower grade of the 5th stage. Chu Yunhe's face changed slightly. I forgot to bring it. Are you going to renege on your promise? Jiang Changkong said coldly. Who wants to renege on my promise? I'll give it to you when I get back, Chu Yunha said unnaturally. When Jiang Changkong was about to say something, Mu Jinhong said lightly, Chu Yunha, I hope you won't do anything stupid about what happened in the martial arts school. He was the supervisor of this final battle. If he reneged on his promise, he wouldn't respect him. If there were rumors that they were on the same side, it would be difficult to clear his name. Chu Yunha's face darkened. He didn't dare to say anything else. He snorted and took out 500 star stones. This is your reward. You lost. Don't be so stubborn. Jiang Changkong waved his hand, took the star stones, and left with the two senior sisters. Let's go. Chu Yunha led his men and left dejectedly. The onlookers also left one after another. Nan Tianwang looked in the direction where Jiang Changkong left. Uncle Lu, what happened just now? Isn't Jiang Changkong's secret method up? Haven't you seen him fight before? Where did he get the secret method from? Uncle Jiang Changkong. Nan Tianwang's expression darkened. That's right. Where did this secret technique come from? Previously, at the initial stage of the Starry Gate, Jiang Changkong had beaten him up, shattered his top-notch protective barrier, and severely injured the Star Demon at the peak of the Starry Gate. He's already equivalent to the middle stage of the Hidden Star Realm? Nan Tianwang could not hide the shock on his face. Well, if he reaches the peak of the Stargate Peak, no one in the Star Middle Stage can defeat him. Uncle Lu said seriously, That's not the most terrible thing. That's not the most terrible thing? Nan Tianwang was a little confused. Uncle Lu, don't tease me. The most terrible thing is that he can predict Lin Jie's sword and avoid the vital parts, which is the reason why he won in the end. Uncle Lu patted him on the shoulder. Go back and don't mess with this little freak in the future. I won't mess with him in the future. Nan Tianwang's body twitched. It was hard to find such a guy in a big province. Jiang Changkong went back to his room to recuperate. He didn't bother to go to the infirmary or the hospital. He didn't care about such a small injury. He directly extracted 500,000 essence, chi, and spirit points. Then he checked Lin Jie's ring. 100 mid-grade, 5th stage starstones, some useless medicine, and clothes. He was really rich. 200,000 essence, chi, and spirit points. He directly maxed out the Vajra Invincible Divine skill and improved the Tai Chi Mysterious skill. His star power, physical strength, 5 senses, and strength were all improved. Jiang Changkong. Late stage of Stargate Middle Stage, low-grade martial arts. Jiang Changkong. Peak of Stargate Middle Stage, low-grade martial arts. Vajra Divine Art, perfect. 625000/625000 Tai Chi Mysterious Art, perfect. For 69800/62500, 3 Strokes of Grace. Perfect 1/62500, Blazing Sun Art. Perfect 1/62500 Yuling Art. Perfect 1/62500 Essence, Chi and Spirit. 0 after the upgrade. Jiang Changkong ran the Tai Chi Mysterious Art to heal his injuries. 2 hours later, his injuries had stabilized. He would recover in 2 days at most. He should be fine going to the place where the starlight was distorted. He opened the door and saw Ji Xiling and the others guarding him at the door. I'm fine. My injuries have stabilized, Jiang Changkong said with a smile. It's all Jiang Chuan's fault. What kind of information did he get? Ji Xiling was displeased. You wouldn't have had to take the risk if you were prepared. Chun Huan, how can you blame the captain? I'm to blame for being careless, Jiang Changkong said. Besides, I had to fight if I won a spot. That being said, he still felt uncomfortable. He felt that Jiang Chuan didn't pay enough attention to the investigation. Changkong, Vice Principal Mu Jinhong, I see that your weapon isn't good enough, so I'm going to give you an advanced 5th grade sword. Yu Balin smiled. Huh, that nice? Jiang Changkong was startled. Yu Bailin narrowed his eyes and said proudly, "Of course I'm nice. He might be powerful, but he's trying to suck up to me. You've made me proud. You killed a middle-stage treasure star cultivator. You're a genius. The reward given to me by the Federation is enough to make him jealous. Now I can do whatever I want in Jiangshui School, but he doesn't dare to do anything to me." The principal of a small place at the top of the Star Sea School had cultivated someone who could kill a middle-stage treasure star cultivator at the top of Stargate. It would be ridiculous if he didn't give him a huge reward. Jiang Changkong smiled and was about to speak when his cell phone rang. It was Jiang Chuan. He picked up the call and heard Jiang Chuan's voice. "Brother, I'm sorry. I was stupid this time." "What are you talking about, Brother Jiang?" "I was careless." "But who is this Lin Jie? Why would he stand up for Chu Yunhe?" Jiang Changkong asked the question in his mind. Jiang Chuan replied, "I just asked around. It was a coincidence that Lin Jie took action. Someone from the major province was with Lin Jie, and Jin Feng contacted his friend to find Lin Jie. Lin Jie didn't want to come at first, but he agreed to come at the suggestion of someone from the major province. Chu Yunhe had paid 100 medial grade, rank 5 astral stones for a slot, but the person from the major province concealed the news, so Jiang Chuan didn't find out about it. However, the 100 mid-grade, 5th grade star stones were paid by Chu Yunhe. No wonder Qin Yushan was so anxious when she searched for him. "It's not your fault. I'm fine now. Brother, don't take it to heart," Jiang Changkong said. In this case, Jiang Chuan couldn't be blamed. The discomfort in his heart also dissipated. The person from the major province concealed the news, so Jiang Chuan really couldn't find out. If Nan Tianwang really wanted to hide something or do something, Jiang Chuan would never find any clues. This time, the Twisted Starlight Land was really lively. He didn't know if he could get good things there with his current strength. He had roughly figured out the conversion of strength between himself and the Star Realm. Now he was a little stronger than the average middle-stage Star Realm, but he was no match for those at the peak of the middle stage, unless he maxed out all 5 of his martial arts. As for the late-stage Star Realm, he would consider it when he reached the Star Realm. If he didn't reach the Star Realm, he would almost be defeated. Unless he learned a few more martial arts and saw the increase of astral power, it would only be possible. But now there was no suitable one, so he didn't plan to learn new martial arts. After hanging up the phone, Yu Bailin proposed to celebrate and have a big meal. They had already found a guest, Mu Jinhong. The Federation would reward him generously for cultivating a real genius. Soon, it would not be impossible for their identities to be reversed. Jiang Changkong was also happy for him. He had improved too fast. If the old principal didn't save some star stones as soon as possible, he wouldn't be able to afford the land for the city. Chapter 127. Changkong, wake up. The quota is here. Someone wants to talk business with you. Jiang Changkong rubbed his forehead. He was woken up by someone. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, Jiang Changkong opened the door and looked at the excited principal. He helplessly said, "So what if it's here? Can't you just help me take it?" "It's different this time. The Federation wants to give it to you personally. There are also many people who want to talk business with you," Yu Bailin explained. Jiang Changkong frowned. "Business? Who are they?" "I can't see through them. They are very powerful. Judging from their behavior, they don't seem to be from Jianghai," Yu Bailin said. "I'll go and have a look." "Where are they?" Jiang Changkong narrowed his eyes. If they weren't from Jianghai, they must be from other provinces. He just didn't know if they were from Anding Province or from a major province like Nan Tianwang. "They are in my room. Come with me." Yu Bailin led him to the room. In the room, there were 6 people sitting on the sofa and 3 standing next to them. The room was almost full. "Is this Jiang Changkong?" The 6 people stood up at the same time and said with a smile, "And you are?" Jiang Changkong smiled. The person in charge of the Federation's distorted starlight John Haibo is here to give you the quota. It was a middle-aged man with short hair. His aura was restrained and unfathomable. There was a box in front of him. The other 5 were young men in luxurious clothes. Jiang Chongkong couldn't recognize the brands. Some had short hair, some had long hair. They all had smiles on their faces. We want to buy the quota from you. Thank you, Lord Jiang. Jiang Chongkong expressed his gratitude and looked at the 5 people. I'm sorry, I don't want to sell these quotas. Well, Chongkong, I have something to discuss with you. Jiang Hai laughed dryly and said, I want to ask you for a spot. Jiang Chongkong frowned. Huh, what does Lord Jiang mean by this? It's like this. Recently, the distorted starlight land hasn't been peaceful. After entering it, there might be danger. As the person in charge, I have the responsibility to go in and take a look. However, the Federation only gave these slots. Jiang Hai said with a hint of pleading in his voice, I only want one spot. You can state any conditions. We only want one as well, the 5 of them hurriedly said. Jiang Chongkong, I only have 5 spots left. If the 6 of you aren't enough, what about me? I'm sorry, I don't even have enough spots for myself. Jiang Chongkong shook his head. Chongkong, you're a member of Budokai. It's dangerous for you to enter. Jiang Haibo quickly said, while winking at Yu Balin. Yu Balin said helplessly, Lord Jiang is right. Chongkong, can you spare 1 or 2 spots? Jiang Chongkong, apart from us who want to enter the distorted starlight land, almost everyone in the tranquil province has reached the hidden star level. A long-haired young man said indifferently, I'm not underestimating your members, but the truth is that they're just Xinghai. Yes, if they go in, to put it bluntly, they'll be sending themselves to their deaths, the other young men said. Jiang Chongkong rubbed his chin. Then we'll have to ask for their opinion. Was the Yang stone really that attractive? No wonder Fatty Nan was so nervous about the moonstone last time. They were right. It was too dangerous for the 2 senior sisters to enter in the current situation. However, if he sold a few spots and obtained starstones, he might be able to protect them. Yu Balin continued, I've already asked. They all don't want to go. You can handle these spots yourself. A smile appeared on Jiang Haibo's face. Principal Yu, stop, Lord Jiang. I've already said that Chongkong can handle it himself. I'll take my leave first. Take your time. With that, Yu Balin cupped his hands and turned to leave. At the same time, he tugged at Chongkong and said in a low voice, If you want to sell them, sell them. The 9 people in the room. We can hear you. You don't have to be so obvious. Jiang Chongkong picked up his phone and sent a message to his 2 senior sisters. Distorted Starlight Land, do you want to go? I can protect you. The principal might have asked, but he still had to ask again. If I don't go, I'll only cause trouble for you. The 2 senior sisters replied instantly. Their messages were the same. They couldn't be together, right? Jiang Chongkong then sent a message to Yang Qinggan and Peng Yin. They also didn't want to go and cause trouble for him. Jiang Haibo couldn't help but say, Chongkong, just take out a few spots. There are 8 spots, 1 for each of us. You have 2 left. Yes, the other 5 echoed. There aren't any left. Jiang Chongkong sighed softly. I sold 3 to Nan Tianwang the day before yesterday. Jiang Haibo, you've sold 3 of them in one go? We've been talking to you for so long, but you won't even give us one. You sold 3 at once? The few of them glared at him angrily. The long-haired young man's expression was calm. I know. There are 5 spots. I can give out 4 at most now. Jiang Chongkong glanced at him and raised 4 fingers. I want one. Jiang Haibo immediately said. I want one too, the other 5 said at the same time. The 3 of them stood and watched quietly, not saying a word. Lord Jiang, you're a staff member of the Federation. Can't you ask the Federation to give you another one? One of them said. Jiang Haibo rolled his eyes and said angrily, If I could give it to you, Why would I come to look for Changkong? It's not easy to make wayfinding stones. Lord Jiang, I'll get straight to the point. Jiang Changkong said calmly, in my place, status doesn't matter. I only recognize starstones. You have a lot of starstones, so you can buy all of them. There's one more condition. You must pay on the spot. No delays. Starstones? The eyes of the 5 people lit up. Good. I like people like you who only recognize starstones. It was good that they only recognized starstones. They didn't lack starstones. Jiang Haibo's expression turned ugly. He was the poorest among this group of people. The first spot is 800 pieces of 5th-level high-grade starstones. The highest bidder wins. Wait, your price isn't right. Nan Tianwang's price is very cheap. 1,000 pieces of 5th-level low-grade starstones for 3. The long-haired young man said calmly, don't take us for fools. 800 pieces of 5th-level medium-grade starstones. That's right. Even if you have money, you can't spend it like this. The Tranquil Province only sells 750 pieces of 5th-level medium-grade starstones. The rest of the people said, F***CK. Jiang Changkong cursed in his heart. The Tranquil Province sells 750 pieces of mid-level starstones? That's 1,500,000 points of essence, energy, and spirit. It's more or less the same as what Senior Yang Chingan said. Nan Tianpeng felt his heart ache. How could he sell 3 pieces of 5th-level low-grade starstones for only 1,500? Jiang Haiba's face twitched. How could he buy a ball? He couldn't afford it. Fine, 800 it is. I'm too kind. Jiang Changkong calculated. 800 was 1,600,000 points. No, he couldn't be agitated. He couldn't let them see it. 900, 1,000, 1,150, one more. It's yours. The other 4 people looked at each other and fell silent. They didn't bid any more. In the end, 1,150 pieces of 5th-level medium-grade starstones were sold. No, you didn't even blink when you increased the price. I might have been cheated. Jiang Changkong narrowed his eyes and said, the second place, 1,000 pieces of 5th-level medium-grade starstones. The highest bidder wins. Everyone was speechless. What the hell? You raised the price to 1,000? How could there be a sudden rise in the price of an auction? Did you know something? No, if you knew, you should have bid 1,000 pieces of 5th-level high-grade starstones. Thinking of this, they bid again. The second spot was sold for 1,140 yuan. Jiang Changkong had almost figured out their financial resources. They should have brought more than 1,000 pieces of 5th-level medium-grade starstones with them. The third place, 1,130. The fourth place, 1,125. All 4 places were sold, and the bill was paid on the spot. A jade pendant and a palm-sized stone were in the box brought by Jiang Haibo Jiang Changkong. Took 4 jade pendants and 4 stones, and the rest were divided among them. Jiang Haibo watched the whole process and finally left with a sullen face. The others also left one after another. Only the long-haired young man and the people behind him didn't rush to leave. Anything else? Jiang Changkong asked. I just want to remind you that the Lin family won't let go of Lin Jie's death. The long-haired young man smiled and said, let's make friends. Luo Yunchin is also a friend of Nan Tianwang. Thank you for reminding me. I'll be careful. Jiang Changkong smiled faintly and said, I'm not afraid of a duel because I'm not as good as him. Luo Yunchin didn't say anything else and left with his people. Jiang Changkong began to count the starstones. The starlight was distorted. Fatty Nan, prepare to buy yang stones. Chapter 128. Not long after, Nan Tianwang came and took 3 places. Jiang Changkong closed the door and started to count his gains. 9,090,000. 9 million essence, chi, and spirit. he would enter the hidden star realm first. Jiang Changkong decisively leveled up. The power in his body increased violently, and the Vajra indestructible divine art reached the mid-grade. Stargate condensed, half illusory, half real. Majestic astral power flowed into his dantian. The force pattern became thicker, and a terrifying power rose. Then it was the Tai Chi mysterious art, the 3 strikes of grace, the blazing sun art, and the Yuling art. The 5 martial arts were leveled up at the same time. The sea of stars in his body was vast and boundless. Buzz! A strange suction force came from Stargate. The sea of stars in his dantian trembled and rushed into the corresponding Stargate. Jiang Changkong's vision went black. When he opened his eyes again, he was in a world of darkness. In the world of darkness, 5 half-illusory doors stood and surrounded him. He stood in the center, his figure faint, almost transparent. Is this my soul? Boom! The next moment, the 5 stargates released corresponding lights at the same time, swallowing and spitting out majestic astral power, illuminating the world of darkness. Then a majestic blood chi came and condensed into a body of flesh and blood, sitting cross-legged in the Vajra indestructible star power. The understanding of the 5 martial arts, the more complicated routes, and the cultivation of the hidden star realm flowed into his mind. The hidden star, blood, chi, astral power, and a human soul were hidden in the Stargate. Sitting in the vast astral power, Jiang Changkong comprehended the upgraded martial arts. The 5 stargates were still changing. Strange lights flashed. The Stargate connected and sealed the Stargate space. It locked the blood, chi, soul, and astral power. The astral power surged through the Stargate and flowed quickly in his body. The 5 force patterns swayed and wrapped around the Vajra Stargate. One end extended and connected to the blood chi. The body of flesh and blood surged like a ferocious beast. Although he was sitting quietly, he could stimulate the astral power and stir up waves. After a long time, Jiang Changkong opened his eyes and regained consciousness. On the surface, there was not a trace of peculiarity, just like an ordinary person, because everything was already hidden in Stargate. With a thought, the Vajra treads on fire and the golden flames danced. The Tai Chi rotated and condensed into substance. Looking inside, there were only 5 stargates left in his dantian. The stargates were circulating in his body through the stargates. With a single thought, the 5 stargate changed at the same time. The remaining 4 stargates all turned into the indestructible stargate, swallowing the power of Vajra. Hoshitsang is strong enough to kill my previous self. Jiang Changkong could feel the tremendous improvement in his body. It was no problem for him to kill his previous self in one move. Furthermore, it was a casual attack. Now he should be able to fight against a late-stage star, Bodhisattva. What about the peak of hidden star? As he improved, Jiang Changkong became more and more uncertain. Right now, he still had enough essence, chi, and spirit to continue improving. Jiang Changkong, early hidden star realm middle rank martial arts. Invincible Vajra divine art. Introductory. 1/15,000 Tai Chi mysterious art. Introductory. 1/15,000 3 strikes of grace. Introductory. 1/15,000 blazing sun art. Introductory. 1/15,000 Yuling art. Introductory. 1/15,000 essence, chi, and spirit. 705979. 5 middle rank martial arts. Introductory cost 5,000 and mid-rank cost 15,000. 3 times, Jiang Changkong continued to upgrade. The astral power in his body and the understanding of the 5 martial arts increased again. The Stargate also became more solid, and a terrifying energy came out of Jiang Changkong's body. It was still 5 times 75,000 initial success. Without stopping, he continued to upgrade. The astral power in his body continued to increase, and in a short time he had reached a new level. Jiang Changkong, Late Hidden Star Realm Middle Rank Martial Arts, Invincible Vajra Divine Art, Desheng, 1/375000 Tai Chi Mysterious Art, Desheng, 1/375000 Three Strikes of Grace, Desheng, 1/375000 Blazing Sun Art, Desheng, 1/375000 Yuling Art, Desheng, 1/375000 Essence, Qi and Spirit, 255979. 5-inch, 9 million Essence, Qi and Spirit gone. Jiang Changkong's heart was bleeding. He had to think of a way to rip Nan Tianwang off. Also, he had to be ruthless. Another 9 million Essence, Qi and Spirit wouldn't be enough for him to upgrade to the Astral Spirit level. But to complete the 5 martial arts level, he would need more than 9 million. The 4th grade Starstones had shrunk. The 5th grade ones had shrunk too. 1,000 6th grade Starstones would only be worth 1 million Essence, Qi and Spirit. Even Nan Tianwang would not be able to afford such a price, right? Even if he could take it out, his family would still scrape off the fat of this prodigal son. I didn't know the market value of the moonstones last time. This time, I can't give away the sunstones so easily. Jiang Changkong got out of bed and was about to go out. He looked at the time. It was already evening. He had used up a lot of time to break through. After earning such a large sum of money, Jiang Changkong planned to treat them to a meal and have fun together. The group didn't stand on ceremony and ate a good meal together. When he returned to school, it was already very late. The vice principal, Mu Jinhong, also tagged along for a meal and gave him a weapon. It was an upper grade, 5th grade saber. The style was exactly the same as his. Thank you, vice principal. Jiang Changkong took the saber. It was very suitable for him. It's good that you like it. Mu Jinhong smiled and said, You rest first. Tomorrow morning, someone will come and take you to the place where the starlight is distorted. I'll go and look for your principal. Jiang Changkong smiled and didn't disturb him. Yu Bailin was very popular now. Mu Jinhong, who was in the late stage of the Hidden Star Realm, surrounded him every day. The teachers of Jiangshuing School all surrounded Yu Bailin in admiration. They wanted to ask him for advice on how to nurture geniuses. He went back to his room to rest. The next morning, Jiang Changkong woke up early. Jiang Hai came again. He was the person in charge of the trip to the place where the starlight was distorted. There were 7 people behind him, including Luo Yinchen, Nan Tianwang, and those who had bought a place yesterday. Lord Jiang. Jiang Changkong cupped his hands. Jiang Hai's face darkened. Let's go. Jiang Changkong curled his lips. He didn't care. Although he wanted to build a good relationship with Jiang Hai, he couldn't let him pay the price of starstones. The group of people followed Jiang Hai out of the Gangshui castle. There was a military vehicle here. The body of the vehicle was made of a special alloy. Starlight was hidden inside. Jiang Changkong touched it. He couldn't break it with his strength. Changkong. Nan Tianwang's fat face was full of smiles. Thank you for your generosity, brother. Jiang Changkong was speechless. I feel that you're here to humiliate me. Are you doing this on purpose? He had the urge to press this fatty to the ground and rub him. He glanced at the others and found that they were occasionally looking at him. They covered their mouths. It seemed like they wanted to laugh. What was going on? Laugh all you want. Once you go in, unless you're extremely lucky and get a Yongstone, you'll come out. Don't let me see you. Otherwise, I'll add more fat to your body. The vehicle drove quickly. Jiang Changkong saw a few cars near them through the window. Those cars. They're from the Tranquil Province. As a neighboring province, they have more places. Nan Tianwang patted the fat on his body and said, When we go in, follow me closely. I'll protect you with our friendship. Jiang Changkong looked at Nan Tianwang. There were 2 middle-aged men beside him. Their auras were restrained. They should have special equipment. He couldn't see through them. This time, the situation is special. The higher-ups allowed late-stage, hidden star cultivators to go in. Luo Yunshin continued, Changkong, be careful when you go in. We'll follow Tianwang closely. Okay, Jiang Changkong said calmly. Are you going to the big province after this? Nan Tianwang asked. No, I have something to do. Jiang Changkong refused directly. Even if he wanted to go, he wouldn't go with him. Nan Tianwang said a few more words to him. But Jiang Changkong couldn't be bothered to talk to him. He also lost interest. Chapter 129. The car stopped in an area filled with rocks. Rows of armored soldiers stood perfectly straight on both sides, guarding the distorted starlight. They got out of the car, and Jiang Changkong looked around. There was nothing but rocks. In front of him, the space seemed to be misaligned, and the rocks seemed to be overlapping. The space was twisted together. Jiang Changkong felt a little dizzy. The space in front of him was like a twisted fried dough twist. The weakest of these soldiers was at the Star Sea level. There were a few Stargate level and 1 or 2 Starzang level, but they were all at the early stage. Don't stare. Don't make your eyes blind. Nan Tianwang lowered his head and whispered. Jiang Changkong closed his eyes and felt a little sore. He looked to the side and saw 2 cars. Apart from the drivers, there were 15 people, 7 young people and 8 middle-aged people. Second brother, big brother, Uncle Lin. The 3 people who bought the quota from Jiang Changkong ran to him immediately. Jiang Changkong was stunned. Luo Yunshin smiled and said, The quota for the stability province is gone. I can only come to you to buy it. Since everyone is here, I won't say anything. Give the jade pendants to these soldiers and go in. Jiang Hai still didn't look good. After saying that, he got into the car. Hand over the jade pendants. Let's go. Stop looking and follow me. Nan Tianwang held the hands of the 2 middle-aged men and said. One of the 2 middle-aged men held Jiang Changkong and the other held Luo Yunshin. Jiang Changkong handed over the jade pendants and looked at the other side. They were also holding each other's hands. Pay attention to your feet. You must follow step by step. You can't make any mistakes. A middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Okay, Uncle Lu, Luo Yunshin said politely. Jiang Changkong nodded and didn't say anything. The 5 of them walked forward with Uncle Lu at the front. In a few steps, they arrived in front of the distorted space. Jiang Changkong looked at Uncle Lu and stepped in. His figure disappeared, leaving only one hand outside, holding on to Nan Tianwang. Nan Tianwang followed cautiously into the land of distorted starlight. Jiang Changkong didn't act recklessly. No matter how confident he wasn't so confident that he could move unhindered in the distorted space. Stepping into the distorted space, Jiang Changkong felt as though he had entered another world, a very narrow world. With a radius of less than 800 meters, it was not even comparable to the training field of Gangxiang Budo School. The space was empty and filled with rubble. It was deathly silent, without the slightest aura of life. At the end of the space was a pale white wall. There shouldn't be anything in this space. There isn't even the slightest bit of yang qi. The yang stone isn't here. Uncle Lu looked at the rubble and said, Should we split up here? Another middle-aged man asked. Uncle Lu nodded and said, Sure, I'll bring young Master Tianwang and Changkong. Old Luo, you bring young Master Yunshin. There's no need to bring me. I want to walk alone. Jiang Changkong said, Although your strength is not bad, there are many late-stage, star, bodhisattva cultivators who came this time. Nan Tianwang frowned. There's no need. If we can't beat them, we can just run away. Jiang Changkong took out the guiding stone. At this moment, the stone lit up, and a golden arrow appeared on its surface, pointing in a direction. By the way, the guiding stone can only last for 5 days. Within 5 days, regardless of whether you gain anything or not, follow the arrow and leave. Nan Tianwang added, I guess you're the only one who doesn't know about this. The corner of Jiang Changkong's mouth twitched. Jiang Bo, you're so petty. You actually didn't warn me. Changkong, think carefully. It's safer to follow us, Luo Yinchen said. There's no need, Jiang Changkong said. All right then. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Jiang Changkong, Nan Tianguang said again, the guiding stone can sense each other. A silver arrow will appear to guide the way. If we're in the same space, we won't be able to sense each other. Thank you. Jiang Changkong thanked him and decided to be gentle when he hammered Fatty Nan. The four of them didn't say anything else and left together. Jiang Changkong watched as they reached the edge of a place, stepped into the paleness and disappeared. Stepping on the rubble, Jiang Changkong's gaze penetrated the rubble, and the black and white Tai Chi diagram surged out of his body. Buzz! The Tai Chi diagram expanded rapidly, and streams of stellar power swept out. Rocks were thrown away, revealing the potholed ground. There was nothing there. It was really just a pile of rocks. It seems that this blood is not easy to find, Jiang Changkong muttered to himself. He quickly arrived at the place of paleness and stepped in with a single step. The scenery changed, and he came to another space. This time the space was smaller, only 600 meters in radius. Roar! A roar could be heard, and a star demon with strong star power pounced at Lin Fan. Early stage of Stargate. Jiang Changkong flicked his finger, and astral power burst out, turning into a blade aura. The star demon turned into a mist of blood, and the star stones fell. After taking care of the star demon, Jiang Changkong sized up the space. This space was also made of stones, but the stones were bigger. Jiang Changkong didn't find it tiring. He used his astral power again and activated the Yuling art, moving all the stones into the air. Boom! A giant stone exploded, and the astral power exploded. A terrifying air wave swept out, and the ground was shaking. Clang! A sword chime was heard, as if a peerless divine sword had been unsheathed. A terrifying sword chi with indestructible will stirred the entire space. Buzz! The sword chime affected the entire space, and everywhere it passed, the stones were turned into powder and stopped in the air. Huh. Jiang Changkong's eyes froze. He felt a slight tingling. His invincible Vajra body was Deshang. Unless one was in the advanced stage of the star Bodhisattva realm, it would be difficult to break his defense. But now, this invincible sword intent actually made him feel a stab of pain. There was no aura of life, so it was not man-made. Then it must be a treasure. The Tai Chi diagram appeared, and Jiang Changkong's body was surrounded by a golden light. The tingling feeling disappeared, and he quickly ran to where the sword chime was. Where the giant stone exploded, a palm-sized sword tip came into view. Sword tip! Jiang Changkong was shocked. How could a sword tip be so powerful? Could it be a high-level weapon? He reached out to grab the sword tip, and the pain came again. Jiang Changkong wasn't surprised, but happy. Such a treasure could definitely be sold for a good price. The closer he got to the sword tip, the more intense the pain. The Tai Chi diagram and invincible Vajra body were pushed to the extreme. Buzz! The sword tip trembled slightly, and an extremely cold air spread out. Jiang Changkong's expression changed. Lunar. It had the same aura as the moonstone, but it was colder and more terrifying. The Vajra stomps on fire, and the blazing sun art appeared, forcefully suppressing the sword tip. Jiang Changkong took the opportunity to grab it. Golden blood dripped down, and the sword tip emitted a cold air. Silver-white light spread out, resisting the power of the sun. Jiang Changkong's power of the sun instantly changed, turning into a Tai Chi diagram and wrapping the sword tip. The sword tip floated in the black and white Tai Chi diagram. Without the power of the sun, the cold air shrank back. Moonstone, sunstone, lunar cold air. Jiang Changkong put the sword tip away, and the wound on his palm healed quickly. In a few breaths, it had already become a scar. He put away the sword tip, and the stone powder in the air stopped falling. The remaining sword chi was still wreaking havoc, stirring up the powder everywhere, blocking one's sight. Second brother, Uncle Lee, let me tell you, I only used 1,125 mid-grade, 5th level starstones to buy a place. A slightly proud voice sounded. We deliberately blocked the news. Jiang Chongkong, that country bumpkin, doesn't even know that the price in the province has already reached 1,000 top-grade, 5th level starstones. What kind of price can someone who hasn't seen the world offer? It's just that fatty Ning got lucky. Jiang Chongkong was speechless. 1,000 top-grade, 5th level starstones? Did I lose again? Such a strong sword chi? A surprised voice sounded. Chapter 130. The remaining sword chi stirred up the gravel. 3 people broke in. 2 young men and a middle-aged man. Both young men had short hair and were handsome, exuding strong astral power waves. The middle-aged man concealed his strength and didn't reveal anything. The middle-aged man had a dignified expression on his face. His sharp gaze pierced through the drifting stones and landed on Jiang Chongkong. You are Jiang Chongkong? One of the young men blurted out. It's indeed a powerful sword chi. If I remember correctly, Jiang Chongkong uses a blade. The other young man said, I use a blade. What does that have to do with you? Jiang Chongkong's eyes were cold and he was a bit upset. It was fine if he didn't know about it, but it's not right for you to say it in front of me. Forget it. A great person would not hold grudges against a lowly person. Jiang Chongkong coldly snorted and turned to leave. Goodbye. Wait, the 2 young men said at the same time. Before they said anything, the middle-aged man had already flashed in front of Jiang Chongkong, blocking his way. What do you mean? Jiang Chongkong frowned. The 2 young men looked at each other and smiled. What do I mean? Even if you did use a sword, you wouldn't be able to release the remaining sword chi. The middle-aged man's fingertips glowed and he said, This sword chi must be from a high-level martial artist or a high-level treasure. Jiang Chongkong's expression was calm. So, you're being unreasonable. One of the young men sighed. I wanted to spare your life because you sold the spot, but you didn't cherish it. Jiang Chongkong looked indifferent. And then, Are you stupid? Of course I'm going to kill you. With a shout, the blade aura pierced through the gravel and the golden blade aura lit up the entire space. The middle-aged man also attacked in an instant. A terrifying power surged and the blade aura split the sky and earth, carrying an aura that could destroy everything. The other young man stood there silently and watched all of this indifferently. He did not make a move, nor did he need to. Although Jiang Chongkong was strong, Uncle Lee was in the late stage of the constellation realm. He could kill him with a single sword strike. One was at the early stage of the star realm, while the other was at the late stage of the star realm. Jiang Chongkong muttered to himself, and his long saber flashed. It was an extremely fast strike, one that could not be captured. The 3 of them only saw a saber light. There was no pain, only endless darkness. The star power dissipated, and the 3 of them fell straight down. Golden flames burned from their bodies, burning everything. The long saber turned around and turned into a saber hilt. Astral power enveloped the 3 corpses. 2 jade pendants and a ring appeared. 3 startling blades are still the best. Jiang Chongkong took the 3 pieces of interspatial equipment and infused them with star power. A 5th grade star stone. There were 209 pieces of high-grade equipment and 10 pieces of top-grade equipment. There were 712 mid-grade stones and only 100 low-grade stones. Apart from these, there were also potions and 3 guiding stones. The space was relatively large, almost 100 cubic meters. Essence, spirit, and spirit, 215,100. Killing them seems to be more worthwhile than killing the star demon. Jiang Changkong thought to himself. He had only killed 3 of them, and he would get 210,000 essence, spirit, and spirit. They were indeed from a large province. They were indeed rich. He wanted to upgrade the Vajra divine art to full mastery. Boom! With Jiang Changkong at the center, the violent astral energy automatically appeared. Golden rays shot out in all directions, covering the entire space with Jiang Changkong as the center. The golden force patterns formed again, and a terrifying power condensed. Inside the 5-star gate, the body of blood and qi released a majestic essence qi, rushing into the sea of astral power. The golden lines wrapped around the stargate, extending like a body of blood and qi, like a giant dragon, shaking the sea of stars. The stargate fluctuated, and the Vajra divine arts star power surged. Jiang Changkong, peak of the constellation realm middle rank martial arts. Vajra divine art, full mastery. 1/1875000 Tai Chi mysterious art. Desheng. 1/375000 3 strikes. Desheng. 1/375000 blazing sun art. Desheng. 1/375000 Yuling art. Desheng. 1/375000 essence, spirit, 95989. 5 The 3 corpses had already turned into ashes. Jiang Changkong dragged the guiding stone in his hand, and there was only a golden arrow in the middle of the stone. There was no one nearby. He randomly chose a direction, stepped into a white light, and came to a new space. It was still a pile of stones. Jiang Changkong used the old method, which was to fly all the stones in the air, but there were no treasures this time. He took out the guiding stone, and it vibrated. A silver arrow appeared on the left side, but it disappeared the next second. The people on the left side had left and entered the new space. In this place where space was distorted, leaving one space was likely to be separated by many spaces. The guiding stone could only sense the nearby space. Jiang Changkong thought for a while and didn't go to the left side. Someone had already been there, and even if there were treasures, it wouldn't be his turn. He still randomly chose a direction and walked into the white light. There was another pile of stones, but no treasures. Time passed, and 2 nights had passed in this distorted space. Jiang Changkong wondered if his luck had been used up because of that sword tip. Thinking of the sword tip, Jiang Changkong took it out, but he didn't know what grade it was. Even if his Vajra invincible divine art had reached perfection, he could still feel a slight sting. He gently cut his thumb, and a wound appeared. Golden blood dripped down. Is a high-grade treasure so terrifying? Jiang Changkong put away the sword tip. A high-grade weapon could easily tear through his defense. He was aware of this, but the lunar cold qi contained within it was beyond his expectations. This was just a sword tip. If it was a complete sword, he was afraid that he would be suppressed. If he could get the other pieces and repair the sword, he didn't know how powerful it would be. Suppressing his thoughts, Jiang Changkong stepped into the white light space again. He didn't take out the guiding stone anymore, and he walked around randomly. Given his strength, he could totally do whatever he wanted here. Buzz! As soon as he passed through the white light, a scorching heat hit him. Boom! The blazing sun art's astral power in Jiang Changkong's body started to circulate automatically, and golden flames appeared on the surface of his body. Someone else is here? Such a strong sun power. Is it the Nan family? A voice was heard. As soon as the voice finished speaking, several gazes fell on Jiang Changkong at the same time. It's not Nan Tianwang. It's someone around him. I don't think it's the Nan family. It's not the Nan family. How can it have such a strong sun power? A middle-aged man with long hair that draped over his shoulders had a surprised look in his eyes. Jiang Changkong looked at these people. There were 6 of them in total. 3 of them were mid-stage Star Realm youths, and 3 were late-stage Star Realm middle-aged men. He didn't know any of them. He only glanced at them when he came in. They were from the tranquil province. The terrifying heat wave and the golden light spread across the entire space. The 6 of them were using their astral power to resist the terrifying heat. Jiang Changkong frowned. At the center of the golden light was a drop of golden blood floating in the air. The terrifying temperature and the golden light were emitted by that drop of golden blood. Essence, energy, and spirit. 2000. Withdraw. Away. Withdraw. Wasn't it impossible to withdraw? Jiang Changkong was shocked. The blood of such a terrifying creature could actually be used to extract essence, energy, and spirit? Buzz. At this moment, the space trembled. A drop of golden blood passed through the pale space and came over. Boom! 2 drops of golden blood converged, and the temperature doubled. Even the 6 of them couldn't help but take a few steps back when the terrifying heat wave passed by. Let's go first. A middle-aged man grabbed the young man and disappeared in the direction of the golden blood. Why are you in such a hurry? You've searched for it so many times in the past, but all of them failed. You might not be able to find it, even if you go now. The 4 of them sighed. They didn't move and waited patiently. The blazing sun art circulated on its own. There was no need for him to activate it. The terrifying temperature released by the golden blood was similar to his. It was the power of the sun, the fragment of the tiny sword and the blood with the power of the sun. Jiang Changkong pondered. Could it be that it fell from the battle between the 2 experts? Chapter 131. Looks like there are only 2 drops left. One of the mid-stage Hidden Star Realm young men looked forward. Do you want it? Of course, Jiang Changkong said without hesitation. For the sake of Nan Tianwang, we'll fight fairly. I won't bully you. If you can defeat me and him, you can take it. Jiang Changkong looked at the 2 middle-aged men in surprise. Do you agree? What the young master wants is what we want. The 2 middle-aged men looked at each other cautiously as they spoke. Jiang Changkong understood that the 2 late-stage Hidden Star Realm cultivators had to keep an eye on each other and couldn't deal with him. In their eyes, Jiang Changkong was nothing. The strongest among the younger generation was only in the mid-stage Hidden Star Realm. How could they not deal with 2 people against 1? This strategy is feasible, but let's eliminate him first. We can fight for it later, the other young man said. All right. The young man who spoke first nodded and looked at Jiang Changkong. You can leave now. I won't make things difficult for you. You guys are quite magnanimous. Jiang Changkong chuckled. Tell me your names. I won't make things difficult for you later. Li Changtian, sorry for the offense. The young man who spoke first released rays of golden light and slashed down with a golden sword aura. Ji Qingming, sorry for the offense. The other man was surrounded by crimson flames, and a crimson sword aura pierced through the air. Jiang Changkong returned the favor. Jiang Changkong took a step forward. Terrifying astral power surged, and 2 blade auras pierced through the air. The 2 middle-aged men were startled as they looked at Jiang Changkong in shock. But when they saw the 2 saber lights, they heaved a sigh of relief. Boom! Wherever the blade auras passed, the space trembled and the golden sunlight was suppressed. The 2 blade auras shattered in an instant. The blade auras were unstoppable and hit the swords in the 2 men's hands. Uft! Blood splattered and the swords flew out of their hands. The 2 retreated and looked at him in fear. Thank you for your generosity. Jiang Changkong cupped his hands slightly, restrained his aura, and headed to the center. The 2 late-stage Star Realm middle-aged men had grave expressions on their faces. Your strength, late-stage Star Realm? They were a little uncertain. Just now, Jiang Changkong's aura was so terrifying that even they felt frightened. If it weren't for the fact that they knew the power of the 2 saber lights, the 2 of them would at most be slightly injured, and they would have attacked. Stronger than all of you, Jiang Changkong said calmly. He had come to the center and wrapped the 2 drops of golden blood with his astral power. If he sold it without withdrawing it, the price would be terrifying. It was only 2,000, so selling it was the most suitable choice. Moreover, he couldn't sell it now. He had already sold the slots twice, and he had already made a loss. This time he had to figure out the price before selling it. The hearts of the four of them sank. Stronger than all of them? Fortunately, he didn't shout to kill just now. Li Changtian picked up the sword and asked doubtfully, Jiang Changkong, why aren't you with Nan Tianwang? We weren't together in the first place. We separated when we came in. Jiang Changkong was a little depressed. He then asked, how many star stones did one slot in the Anding province cost? 1,000 high-grade, 5th-grade ones, Li Changtian said. He paused for a moment and said, how much did you spend on it? I heard that one can buy a mid-grade, 5th-grade one in Gangshui Castle for more than 1,100. Do you think that person is stupid? Ji Qingming said he's really stupid. Why didn't we think of it back then? We went to Gangshui Castle to buy it and let them get a bargain. Changkong, do you think that person's face will be very ugly if he knows the price in the Anding province? Jiang Changkong, will my face look good now? They didn't say the name of the person who sold the slots? Jiang Changkong said through gritted teeth. They didn't say. A bumpkin. A handsome person. I can't remember his name. Li Changtian opened his mouth. Halfway through, he was pulled by someone. Only then did he notice Jiang Changkong's expression and quickly changed his words. Ji Qingming was stunned. Brother, could it be? Jiang Changkong sighed and said, I'm the person who sold the slots. The four of them. This was a little awkward. But it's nothing. It's a small province after all. Without Nan Tianwang and the others, no matter how good your treasure is, it can't be sold at such a price. Li Changtian comforted him. Don't think too much. This bit of star stones, when you go to a big province, you'll know that it's nothing. How could he not think too much when he suffered a loss? Jiang Changkong shook his head. He already knew about this, but he just wanted to confirm it. Can you tell me about this place with distorted starlight? What exactly is this golden blood? Jiang Changkong changed the topic. We call it the blazing sun blood. According to speculation, it's left behind by a terrifying creature that cultivates the power of the sun. Li Changtian explained. These 2 drops of blood seem to be directly absorbed. This is my first time here. Jiang Changkong asked sincerely. Li Changtian nodded and continued. Because too much time has passed and the starlight here is distorted, the spirituality in the blood has been obliterated. The spiritual consciousness in the blood has already dissipated, and only pure energy is left. Obliterated the spirituality in the blood? The spiritual consciousness dissipated? Jiang Changkong pondered. It should only be the consciousness that dissipated and only pure soul power was left. Therefore, he could directly extract it. I see. Thank you, Jiang Changkong said gratefully. You're welcome. This isn't a secret. The starlight here is distorted. Under normal circumstances, this blood is the only thing that can be seen, Li Changtian said. Jiang Changkong smiled. That's because you haven't seen the moonsword point. Thinking of this, he thought of Yangshi and asked, I heard from Nan Tianwang that this time it's related to Yangshi. That's right, but it's only news. The Federation will send people to investigate the distorted starlight every year. Some people found Yangshi, but they didn't bring it out. No one knows which space it went to. This golden blood is found almost every time. Plus, there's news about Yangshi this time. As Li Changtian said this, a trace of excitement appeared on his face. That terrifying creature, maybe even half of its corpse is here. Half a corpse. If a drop of blood could contain so much energy, how terrifying would half a corpse be? Of course, this was just a thought. If there really was half a corpse, the entire Federation would go crazy. Boom! As they were chatting, the space shook and the terrifying heat came again. Could there be more blood? Everyone looked at the pale area. A flash of fire expanded rapidly like a small mountain. It passed through the pale area and came to this space. The space shook, the ground shook, and cracks appeared. Waves of heat swept through. Roar! A roar came from the sun. 2 charred corpses rolled down. Star Demon? It's them? Li Changtian and the others' expressions changed. Young Master, retreat. 2 middle-aged men immediately stood in front of them, looking at the creature in fear. A star demon. Its aura was terrifying. Compared to the 2 drops of golden blood, it was much more powerful. Li Changtian and Ji Qingming retreated. They looked at the star demon in fear. How? How is this possible? Peak of Hidden Star. We'll hold him back. You guys leave immediately. The 2 of them looked serious. Under the high temperature, sweat dripped down. It was unknown whether it was because of the heat or nervousness. It seems that there are many treasures here. Jiang Changkong stepped forward and stood in front of the 4 of them. Back off. Leave it to me. Changkong, boom! A majestic astral power exploded. The 4 of them couldn't withstand the impact and kept retreating. Peak of Hidden Star? How did he get in? Chapter 132. Roar! The star demon roared. The terrifying heat passed through, and the ground cracked as if it was a land of drought. The golden flame wrapped around the giant claw and pierced through the air. The powerful astral power forced the 4 people behind him back. The terrifying astral power was even stronger than the star demons. Black and white energy intertwined, and the Tai Chi diagram rose from his body. With Jiang Changkong as the center, it expanded rapidly. Buzz! The sharp claw fell with the monstrous flames. The Tai Chi diagram shook, and 60% of the astral power was retracted, aiming at the star demon's vital point. The long saber hummed, and the body of the saber trembled. It was somewhat unable to withstand his strength. 1 blade sunset. The fiery sunset appeared again. The crimson light suppressed the golden light and flashed by. Boom! Roar! The star demon roared in pain as the sunset blade passed through. Its sharp claw was cut off, and the terrifying blade aura rushed into its body. 60% of the astral power reversed and hit the star demon's neck. Rumble! The terrifying astral power exploded. The space shook and the ground cracked. The 4 people's expressions changed. They quickly used their astral power to protect themselves. Huh. Jiang Changkong frowned. The star demon was rolling on the ground, but it didn't die. Instead, the flames on its body became more intense. The broken claw flew back automatically and healed quickly. The blade aura was also discharged quickly. The neck that was torn by his astral power was also covered in golden flames, and the wound healed instantly. Such strong power. No, that's not right. The star demon can actually heal its wounds automatically? The 2 late-stage hidden star cultivators exclaimed. They had good eyesight. Li Changtian's expression changed. Healing itself? Could it be that this star demon has cultivated the divine sun body? Impossible. This star demon is only at the peak of the hidden star realm. It's impossible for him to cultivate the divine sun body. However, to be able to do so, he must have some of the characteristics of the divine sun body. Ji Qingming's eyes were burning, and his body was covered in crimson light. This star demon must be a special star demon. I'm looking forward to finding out where this star demon came from. Li Changtian narrowed his eyes. First it was the Yang Stone, and now it's this star demon. There might be something even more peculiar here. Roar! As they spoke, the star demon had fully recovered from his injuries. His aura was still as strong as before, just slightly weaker than before. Jiang Changkong listened to their explanation and was very curious about the sun god body. But now was not the time to think about this. The saber of the setting sun rose again, accompanied by Taiji. This time, the saber of dusk tore apart the star demon's head. Blood gushed out along with the golden power of the sun. However, The hidden star demon had recovered and was extremely difficult to kill. How is this possible? Jiang Changkong was in disbelief. Could this be an immortal body? Li Changtian reminded. Changkong, if you want to kill it, you can't use the fire element unless its energy is exhausted. Ji Qingming also said that's right. This star demon already has the characteristics of the sun god body. It has a strong resistance to fire element martial arts. It looks like a fatal injury, but it actually doesn't cause much damage. It just needs to use some star power to recover. Sun god body? Fire element resistance? Jiang Changkong pondered for a while. Apart from the burning sun art, he only had the Tai Chi mysterious art left. Usually, he used the Tai Chi mysterious art to divert the force. Just like before, he would use the Tai Chi mysterious art to destroy it. Jiang Changkong received it and condensed the Tai Chi mysterious art. It expanded rapidly and suppressed the star demon. Roar! The star demon at the peak of the hidden star realm roared. Although its injuries had recovered, the gap between it and Jiang Changkong was too big. Its huge body was like a live target. The Tai Chi painting fell and enveloped the star demon. A terrifying power exploded. Boom! As if the sun had exploded, countless golden flames flew in all directions. Some of them flew out of the space and landed in other spaces. A star stone fell, burning with golden flames. Jiang Changkong wasn't afraid of the flames. He grabbed the star stone in his hand. Suddenly, another line of data appeared. Lower mid-rank martial art. Mysterious Sun Art, Beginner 0/5000. It was indeed a special star stone, and it was a mid-rank martial art. Congratulations, Changkong. Congratulations, Changkong. The four of them walked over and congratulated him. A special skill with the same element as yours. Great news, Ji Qingming said. Not long from now, your blazing sun energy will probably improve further. Jiang Changkong swept the star stone with star power and the flames on it dissipated. He put it away in the hidden star ring. My martial art doesn't need this star stone. He already had the burning sun art and could upgrade it infinitely. It was already at the mid-rank. He wouldn't learn the mysterious sun art unless there was something wrong with his brain. This is a skill that can help you cultivate the godly body of the sun. Li Changtian was surprised. You don't like it? Jiang Changkong frowned. Godly body of the sun? What's that? After the astral spirit, there are the astral embryo and the astral form. Ji Qingming continued. The astral form is a special body formed by condensing one's own astral power. Once the condensation is successful, one will be highly resistant to the power of one's own element and almost impossible to kill. It's not that great, Jiang Changkong said lightly. If the astral form could condense it on its own, then there was no need to learn the mysterious sun art. His burning sun art could also be condensed by then. You can't say that. A complete astral form warrior will have a strong vitality and healing ability. Compared to the star demon, their recovery ability is even more terrifying. They can recover with just a thought as long as they have astral power. Li Changtian shook his head. Jiang Changkong was surprised. Astral embryo, astral form, high-level warrior. Ji Qingming nodded. That's right. The special skill contained in your star stone definitely has high potential. It can be called a priceless treasure. Then I'll have to sell it for a good price, Jiang Changkong said happily. The four's faces darkened. Li Changtian said, Don't be too happy. Don't tell anyone about this star stone. Otherwise you'll be killed. Jiang Changkong's heart skipped a beat. He looked at the four people with vigilance. A special star stone with high potential. Even high-level warriors would be tempted by it. If word got out, astral embryo and astral form warriors would form a group to kill them. Li Changtian and the other three hurriedly said, You are our savior. Besides, you are Nan Tianwang's friend. How can we have any ideas? Jiang Changkong's heart skipped a beat. He said, "What if I sell it to you?" "We can't afford it." Li Changtian and Ji Qingming shook their heads at the same time. "Aren't you from a big province?" Jiang Changkong was stunned. "A high-grade starstone is an important strategic reserve resource. We don't have a 6th-grade starstone. If you sell it, we can only buy it with a 5th-grade starstone. I'm afraid you won't like it," the two of them explained. Strategic reserve resource? Jiang Changkong was confused. Could it be that the Federation had taken away all the high-grade starstones? "Okay, let's not talk about it. You can keep this special starstone for yourself. Not many people can afford it. Not even Nan Tianwang." Li Changtian changed the topic. "Just now, they chased after it and encountered this star demon. It's very likely that they found the right place." Jiang Changkong wanted to say that he was interested in a 5th-grade starstone. However, when he thought of the 2 losses he suffered, he decided not to mention it for the time being. Li Changtian was right. They might have found the right place to encounter this star demon. "I wonder if Brother Changkong can bring us to see the world?" "Don't worry, we won't fight with the Nan clan," Ji Qingming said. "Nan clan?" Jiang Changkong was stunned. Could it be that the 2 middle-aged men that Nan Tianwang brought with him were especially powerful? Isn't Brother Changkong the trump card of the Nan clan? Otherwise, with your strength, why would Nan Tianwang tell you about the Yang Stone? Ji Qingming smiled. "Don't worry. With your strength and the Nan clan, we definitely won't mess around." Jiang Changkong: "Can I say that my strength was really not that great?" Chapter 133. You're at the peak of the hidden star realm. How did you get in? Why didn't the soldiers' instruments detect you? Li Changtian was very curious, and so were the other 3. Although the army didn't check him, the soldiers all had instruments on them. Even the star concealing ring couldn't hide from those instruments. Otherwise, they would have brought in the peak of the hidden star realm. Jiang Changkong said calmly, "I was at the late stage of the hidden star realm when I came in. I just made a breakthrough." "Isn't your breakthrough speed a bit too fast?" Ji Qingming muttered, as if he had thought of something. "I remember now. You were at the peak of Stargate, and your combat power was at the middle stage of the hidden star realm." The peak of Stargate and the middle stage of the hidden star realm. The 2 hidden star realm experts were shocked. Li Changtian's face was also filled with shock. Among the little perverts in the big province, there aren't many who can do this. Naive. Jiang Changkong shook his head and sighed. "I've been hiding my strength and suppressing my strength to fight with Lin Jie. Okay, let's go." Jiang Changkong stopped the topic and made up a few words. He had indeed improved a bit too fast. "But it's all thanks to you. Didn't you think that you made a big profit and I lost a lot? In fact, I didn't lose a lot. With my strength, I can completely crush everyone here. The good things here will depend on everyone's abilities. They will all be mine. You've given me starstones, but you're just here for fun." The 5 of them pulled each other and stepped into the pale area. The scene in front of them changed. The 4 of them quickly released their astral power to protect themselves. Jiang Changkong's Scorching Sun art was automatically activated again. His body was covered in flames, which scared the people who were pulling him back. This place, the flames were restrained. Jiang Changkong withdrew his astral power and looked in front of him in surprise. The golden sea of fire stretched as far as the eye could see. It was a world of fire. The golden flames danced. Even the 2 hidden star realm experts in the late stage of the hidden star realm felt hot. Li Changtian's body was already covered in sweat. Ji Qingming's flame astral power was slightly better than his, but it wasn't the scorching sun astral power after all. This damned place. These flames are only slightly weaker than the star demon. Li Changtian wiped his sweat and said, "This should be where the star demon lives." A late-stage star bodhisattva said, "The blazing sun flame sea. Could Yang sure be here?" "It's possible. It's just that this space is obviously different from the previous one. I can't see the end of it. Li Changtian looked around. Other than the pale white area behind them, everything else was covered in golden flames. Let's go. Jiang Changkong took the lead and walked forward. Although the golden sea of flames was powerful, it wasn't harmful to him, who cultivated the ardent sun technique. Instead, it could enhance his strength. The 5 of them entered the sea of fire. The 2 late-stage Constellation Realm experts were protecting Li Changtian and his companion. The surrounding flames danced, and it was abnormally quiet. Occasionally, one could see deep and huge footprints on the ground. It was left behind by the Star Demon. The 4 of them cautiously followed behind Jiang Changkong, not daring to move recklessly. The 5 of them were not slow, but after walking for several minutes, they still had not reached the end. Their surroundings were still surrounded by a sea of fire. I still can't see the end. A late-stage Constellation Realm expert frowned. The temperature here, however, seems to have dropped a little. Jiang Changkong nodded. The temperature of the flames is slightly lower. The temperature of the flames was indeed lower, but not by much. It didn't affect them much. Roar! The Star Demon roared. The surrounding flames trembled, and a huge figure covered in raging flames ran in the sea of fire. Li Changtian said in surprise, Mid-stage Constellation Realm. It seems like there are quite a few Constellation Realm Star Demon here. Jiang Changkong was surprised. He flicked his finger, and a beam of blazing sun star power flew out. It turned into a saber light and cut off the huge Star Demon's sharp claws. Buzz! The surrounding flames danced and fused into the Star Demon's wound. The wound healed rapidly, and the sharp claws flew back under the control of a strange power. Could it be that this Star Demon has also condensed the godly body of the sun? Li Changtian said in surprise. No. Jiang Changkong shook his head. He circulated the blazing sun star power, opened his palm, and slashed with his finger. A wound appeared on his palm, and golden blood seeped out. Buzz! Wisps of flames flew over and entered the wound. The wound healed rapidly. This is the flame healing you? The 4 of them said in shock. Jiang Changkong looked at the Star Demon. Just now the flame healed him. Now it's also healing me. It seems like this place is a treasure land for blazing sunstar power cultivators. Roar! The Star Demon's injury healed. It roared and pounced over, stirring up the flames around it. Bury him. Jiang Changkong flicked his finger again. This time it was a black and white Tai Chi diagram. With a boom, the Star Demon exploded and only a starstone was left. Jiang Changkong held the starstone. There was no martial arts information. It should be an ordinary starstone. This place is very strange. Let's be careful, a late-stage star bodhisattva said. Jiang Changkong nodded and led them forward. After walking for a few minutes, Li Changtian suddenly said, It's so comfortable. Yes, it's indeed comfortable. These flames actually have a hint of coolness. The other 3 also said in surprise. Jiang Changkong opened and closed his eyes. He was still surrounded by golden flames. However, these flames were not hot at all. Instead, they were cool. Even Li Changtian and the others could place their palms on a flame that had no heat at all. This coolness, Jiang Changkong frowned and did not say anything. What's wrong? The 4 of them looked at him. Nothing. Let's continue. Jiang Changkong shook his head and did not say anything. This coolness, no, it should be cold, was very similar to the moon. Could it be that there were fragments of the moon stored here? He did not know if there would be a reaction between the fragments of such a treasure. Jiang Changkong thought as he walked. He had to find an opportunity to give it a try. Thinking of this, he stopped. Let's split up. It's not easy to find the Yang stone if we stay together. The 4 of them looked at each other and said, That's fine. Thank you for taking care of us along the way, Brother Changkong. They were worried that they might encounter the star demon at the peak of the star Bodhisattva realm. However, since Jiang Changkong did not bring them along, they could only tactfully split up and did not dare to follow him. Well, goodbye. Jiang Changkong flashed and left. The four of them did not stay any longer and continued forward, but they were even more careful. When the four of them were far away, a black and white Tai Chi diagram appeared in Jiang Changkong's palm with the tip of the sword inside. The Tai Chi diagram expanded rapidly, forcing back the surrounding flames. Soon it dissipated, and the tip of the sword was revealed unrestrained. The tip of the sword lay quietly in his palm without the slightest abnormality. Jiang Changkong was not disappointed. After all, he was just giving it a try. Just as he was about to put away the tip of the sword, the surrounding flames suddenly gathered. The tip of the sword trembled and a cold aura exploded. Jiang Changkong's left hand was instantly frozen. The cold aura violently rushed into his body. The golden flames around him stopped dancing and were sealed by a layer of ice. The black and white Tai Chi diagram immediately appeared and sealed the tip of the sword. The cold aura retracted again. Jiang Changkong shook his head, helplessly. It seemed that he could not count on this thing. Putting away the tip of the sword, Jiang Changkong chose a direction and walked forward, slightly away from the four of them. 10 minutes later, Jiang Changkong encountered an early-stage Stargate star demon. However, this star demon was not a flame. Instead, its entire body was silvery white and emitted a cold aura. Beside it were pillars of ice. In front of him was a world of ice. As far as the eye could see, there were pillars of ice. Jiang Changkong's inferno star power was suppressed to the extreme. It was difficult to even mobilize it. The star demon did not attack him. It only looked at him, because behind it was a world of golden flames. The golden sun and the silvery cold aura formed two extremes. At the intersection, two rays of light, one gold and one silver, divided into two regions. The star demon was afraid of the fiery region. It only dared to look, but did not dare to come closer. In the black and white Tai Chi diagram, the tip of the sword trembled and almost rushed out of the diagram. I can really sense it. Yin Yang. Jiang Changkong took a step forward and directly stepped into the silver-white region. The cold attacked. The star demon growled and no longer hesitated. Its sharp claws emitted a silver-white light as it attacked Jiang Changkong. The Tai Chi diagram appeared, and the early-stage Stargate star demon exploded and turned into a mist of blood. Jiang Changkong withdrew his energy and put away the starstone. He quickly walked forward. After thinking for a while, he took out the tip of the sword and put away the Tai Chi diagram. This time, the tip of the sword did not release any cold aura. Instead, it floated in the air and flew out on its own. Jiang Changkong's eyes lit up, and he quickly chased after it. Surrounded by the black and white Tai Chi diagram, he was not afraid of the cold aura or the suppression. The blazing sun star power in his body had all turned into Tai Chi. Chapter 134. He followed the tip of the sword for more than 10 minutes, and then stopped. There was a golden barrier in front of him with golden flames dancing on it. Boom! Cold air burst out, and a sword intent that could destroy everything was released. A ray of sword chi flew out from the tip of the sword. The silver sword chi was like a crescent moon. Boom! The sword chi struck the golden barrier, but it didn't move at all. Instead, the sword chi collapsed and dissipated in the cold land. Jiang Changkong didn't find it strange that the tip of the sword couldn't do anything to the flame barrier. How could a barrier that existed in this cold land be broken by a ray of sword chi? If it was sharp, he might be able to break it with the tip of the sword. But forget about the sword chi. He wasn't afraid of the sword chi, but the sharpness of the tip of the sword. The tip of the sword seemed to have used up all its energy and fell down. Jiang Changkong picked up the tip of the sword and wrapped it in the black and white Tai Chi symbol. He looked at the golden barrier and saw that it was still the power of the golden sun. Jiang Changkong thought for a bit and pressed one hand on the barrier to convert the power of the sun into astral power. Buzz! The barrier moved and opened up automatically, revealing a passage that was wide enough for him to pass through. Jiang Changkong was overjoyed. He didn't expect that the cultivators of the sun astral power would be so well taken care of. As soon as he stepped into the golden barrier, he felt a gust of cold air. Jiang Changkong's expression changed. His feet were quickly covered in ice, and the ice was spreading at a speed visible to the naked eye. In front of him, there were 7 frozen corpses, 3 human corpses, and 4 star demon corpses. At the center of the bodies was a broken stone tablet that was full of words and patterns. Essence, Qi, and Spirit. Essence, Qi, and Spirit, my A***. Jiang Changkong immediately released all his astral power. Crack! The ice rapidly shattered, and Jiang Changkong hurriedly retreated. He was about to die, and he couldn't take any more of his essence, Qi, and Spirit. What a terrifying cold air! The cold air disappeared after he retreated from the golden barrier. Jiang Changkong's feet were cold, and he couldn't feel anything. The sun astral power circulated a few times before it gradually recovered. What's written on the stone tablet? Those corpses are the humans and star demon who broke into this place over the years? Jiang Changkong was deep in thought. Many humans had died here, but those who came here were probably not very strong. Those warriors from the Stargate and Stargate wanted to break in? Wasn't that a joke? If the early stage of Stargate were to come here, they would probably freeze to death or die of heat outside. There was also essence, Qi, and soul. This was also a problem. Where did that essence, Qi, and soul prompt come from? After pondering for a moment, Jiang Changkong activated the blazing sun star's power again and opened the barrier. This time he did not enter. Instead, he watched from afar. Essence, energy, and spirit. 100,000,100,000. Do you wish to withdraw? Oh, aye. Jiang Changkong's face was filled with horror. The essence, energy, and spirit came from those corpses, and each of them was worth 100,000. How many years has the distorted starlight existed? After the soul and were obliterated, only the purest essence, energy, and spirit remained. What kind of terrifying expert was he when he was alive? These corpses were well preserved because they were sealed in ice, but their faces were as pale as ghosts, be it humans or star demons. All of their gazes were fixed on the stone tablet. Jiang Changkong used his eyesight to look at the stone tablet. The words on it were strange, and more importantly, he could not see them clearly. The stone tablet seemed to be covered by a thin layer of gauze. The words and patterns on it were very blurry, and he could not see them clearly. Vaguely, he only saw a blurry person holding a sword in his right hand and a saber in his left. Cold air wreaked havoc and extended out from the barrier passage. Jiang Changkong hurriedly withdrew the blazing sun star's power, and the golden barrier closed automatically. This is 700,000 essence, energy, and that stone tablet. Jiang Changkong stood outside the barrier, thinking about how to obtain the treasures. 700,000 essence, energy, and another 50,000 would be enough for him to upgrade 2 of his martial arts to perfection. If I use the Tai Chi diagram at full power, I should be able to resist for a while, enough for me to get close to the nearest corpse. Jiang Changkong thought about it. When he extracted the essence, energy, and spirit to upgrade the Tai Chi mysterious art, he could hold on for a longer time. Even if it was just a breath's time, he should be able to escape. Such an opportunity was right in front of him, and he would give it up if he couldn't get it. After taking a deep breath, Jiang Changkong opened the golden barrier again, and this time he directly rushed into it. The Tai Chi diagram suddenly burst out, protecting his body, and went straight to the nearest star demon corpse. Close. Extract essence, energy, and spirit to upgrade the Tai Chi mysterious art. The star power in his body quickly increased, and all of it was added to the Tai Chi mysterious art. The black and white Tai Chi diagram shone brightly, and the surrounding cold air was forced back. Jiang Changkong turned around and ran. He looked back at the stone tablet, and the content on it was a little clearer. He couldn't understand the words, but he could understand the pattern. The face was still blurry, but the rest of the body was clear. On the pattern there was a route marked. Could it be the route of cultivation? Jiang Changkong guessed that it was very likely. He looked at his own data, and there was indeed a change. Jiang Changkong. Star Treasury, Peak Middle Rank Martial Arts. Diamond Indestructible Divine Art. Perfection. 1/1875000 Tai Chi Mysterious Art. Desheng 10001/37500 3 strikes. Desheng 1/37500 0 Blazing Sun Art. Desheng 1/37500 Yuling Art. Desheng 1/37500 0 Low Rank Upper Martial Arts. Cold Moon Art. Beginner 0/2000 Essence, Energy and Spirit. 95989. 5 just one pattern, and it's a low rank upper grade? There were a lot of patterns on the stone tablet, and they were all broken. If all the patterns were added up, would it be of a higher level? Definitely. This pattern was at most a simple route of cultivation. If all the patterns were added up, the route would be more complicated and the level would naturally be higher. Jiang Changkong pondered. Should I go in again? Would I be able to get closer to the other corpses if I practiced this martial art? I can try. This way, I'll be practicing another martial art. Jiang Changkong thought, although he would be stronger and have more astral powers if he practiced another martial art, the amount of energy he would need in the future would be even more terrifying. However, the amount of essence, chi, and spirit required in the future would be even more terrifying. Just look at the current situation. A martial art to perfection required nearly 2 million essence, chi, and spirit. However, if he practiced it, his blazing sun art would be matched with the cold moon art. 2 words, perfect match. He hadn't found a suitable martial art for a long time. Now, the moon and the sun corresponded with the black and white Tai Chi diagram, which made the Tai Chi mysterious art more powerful. Also, his other identity also needed an attribute. They both used blades, and they both had the blazing sun attribute. That was obviously telling others that they were the same person. Although the power of the 3 strikes was great, it lacked the attribute enhancement. I'll take a look first. If I finish looking at the patterns and the level is suitable, I'll practice it to make up for my shortcomings. If I can get the 600,000 energy, it'll be worth it to upgrade the cold moon art. Jiang Changkong finally made up his mind. If the level was suitable, he would practice it. If the level wasn't, he would find another martial art to make up for it. Also, the flame had special treatment for the blazing sun astral power. The martial art on the stone steel should have special treatment for the cold chi, right? If he couldn't resist the cold chi after practicing it, then he wouldn't practice it in the future. 90,000 essence, chi, and spirit were nothing to him right now. Jiang Changkong opened the barrier again and rushed in. He looked at the patterns and memorized 2 of them. The level didn't change, so he continued to look. There were at least 20 patterns on the broken stone steel. When he saw the 10th pattern, the level finally changed. Middle stage, inferior grade. This surprised Jiang Changkong. He continued to look at it. After going back and forth 7 or 8 times, he finally memorized all the patterns. Middle stage, inferior grade. It was just right for his current stage. Although I can't understand it, I can still practice it. Jiang Changkong smiled in satisfaction and started to improve. The 90,000 energy was just enough to upgrade to Desheng. Another stargate appeared in Jiang Changkong's body. It was the silver-white stargate. His body now had the power of the moon. The cold chi was not weaker than the blazing sun astral power. Tai Chi circulated around his body. The power of the moon and the sun intertwined, forming a gold and silver Tai Chi diagram. Half of it was blazing hot, the other half cold. Then it dissipated. Now it was time to see if the power of the moon could resist the cold chi. Chapter 135. He used his essence, breath, and spirit to level up the cold moon art. Jiang Changkong's strength increased again. Yin and yang intertwined in his body. Jiang Changkong, peak of hidden star middle tier martial art, indestructible diamond divine art, perfection, 1/1875000 Taiji mysterious art, Desheng 100001/375000 graceful three blades, Desheng 1/37500 blazing sun art, Desheng 1/37500 Yuling art, Desheng 1/37500 cold moon art, Desheng 1/37500 essence, breath, and spirit. 5988. 5 dense cold air surged. This icy land no longer suppressed him at all. It was as if he had returned to his homeland. The cold air entered his body and blended with the power of the moon. Cold moon art had a set of saber, sword, and movement techniques. However, this saber was a left-handed saber, and the sword was a right-handed sword. They both had 3 moves, and the names were the same: Moon Flare, Moon Shadow, and Moon Haze. The movement technique was called Moon Flowing Light, and it was not weaker than the mystic sun step. After comprehending the cold moon art for an hour, Jiang Changkong suppressed the power of the moon and used the power of the sun to open the barrier again. After passing through the barrier, the cold air swept over again. The power of the moon circulated, and his body was covered in a silver-white light. The cold air that swept over was no longer cold. It came from the same source and was no longer hostile. Jiang Changkong stepped on the icy ground. The silver-white icicles on the ground reflected his figure. He stepped in front of the corpse, and Jiang Changkong extracted his essence, breath, and spirit. 600,000. The corpse was still frozen. Jiang Changkong walked in front of the stone tablet and touched it. It was cold. The stone tablet was broken, as if it had been cut by a sharp blade. The cut was smooth and flat. The bottom was deep underground, and the stone tablet was sealed in ice. The words on it were like tadpoles. He did not recognize any of them. The face of the figure on the picture was blurry. He did not know if it was because of the ravages of time. Other than the face, everything else was clear. He pressed on the stone tablet with one hand and felt the cold air. Jiang Changkong was a little tempted. He didn't recognize this stone tablet, but that didn't mean others didn't. If he could bring the stone tablet out, he might be able to sell it for a high price. There was also that special starstone. He was going to be rich. With a thought, the astral power in his body turned into the astral power of the moon. Buzz! Immense astral power gushed out and enveloped the steel. Rumble! The stone steel trembled under the impact of the violent astral force. A boundless chill was emitted from the stone steel. Jiang Changkong's expression changed as he was sent flying by the cold chi. Crack! The golden barrier shattered in an instant, turning into golden starlight that dissipated in this icy space. Rumble! At the same time, an earth-shattering explosion came from afar. Flames soared into the sky, and a fiery light soared into the sky. Crack! The void tore apart and swallowed Jiang Changkong. Bang! Jiang Changkong's vision went black. When he opened his eyes again, he had intimate contact with the ground. As the scorching heat assaulted him, he quickly circulated the blazing sun star's power. This is the fire zone. Jiang Changkong had a blank look on his face. What the F***? He flew here? Bang! The void above his head cracked, and 2 figures fell down. One of them was in a more miserable state, landing face first. Ouch! With a cry of pain, the person got up and rubbed his face. When he saw Jiang Changkong, he stopped rubbing his face and said in surprise, "Changkong, we meet again." Yes, what a coincidence. Jiang Changkong's face twitched. This guy was Li Changtian, whom he had just parted with not long ago. Young master, take it easy. The other person got up. It was Li Changtian's follower, the late-stage Hidden Star Realm cultivator. I'm fine. It's just a little painful, Li Changtian said. After a pause, he said in a depressed tone, Changkong, do you know what's going on? Just now, a strong flame, power blew us away. I'm the same as you. Jiang Changkong rubbed his forehead and looked at the golden flames around him. I'm thinking about the reason. Let's not talk about the cold area for now. However, it was the flame energy that blew them away, not the cold air. That's right. There was such a dense flame energy here, and it could even use a barrier to seal the lunar steel. This proved that there was a treasure here that was not inferior to, or even stronger than, the steel. Young master, when I was chasing after you, someone fell in, the late-stage Hidden Star Realm, cultivator said. Fell in. Jiang Changkong frowned. Yes, if I'm not mistaken, it was Luo Yunqin and his protector, the late-stage Hidden Star Realm, cultivator said. Protector? Jiang Changkong was puzzled. Like you? Yes, we follow young master to ensure his safety. We are called protectors. You will know when you go to the big provinces in the future. Usually, geniuses have protectors. The late-stage Hidden Star Realm cultivator explained. Bodyguards? What a new title. Jiang Changkong curled his lips. The late-stage Hidden Star Realm cultivator was slightly embarrassed. You can say that. Oh, we have to hurry. I think I saw Yangshi. Li Changtian suddenly stood up and said hurriedly. Yangshi? Jiang Changkong's eyes narrowed. Are you sure? Li Changtian said with certainty. Absolutely. He also fell in from a crack in space. Jiang Changkong looked around and frowned. Do you still remember the direction? Li Changtian was speechless. The surrounding flames were all the same. It seemed like they could not be distinguished. Li Changtian frowned and thought for a while. The temperature of the flames is very high, even higher than when we came in. Let's go according to the temperature. The late-stage Hidden Star Realm cultivator said. The space here is not endless. Once we find it, we can hear it with a shout. Okay. Jiang Changkong nodded. The three of them split up and searched according to the temperature of the flames. The nearby flames, cool air, and extreme yin qi had already seeped into this place. Stepping on the flames, they used the mystic yang steps. Even without using the Yuling art, they could still move forward quickly. In just a few breaths, Jiang Changkong had already gone far away. The temperature of the surrounding flames was getting lower and lower. Jiang Changkong frowned. He might have gone in the wrong direction. He should change direction and move forward. After a few minutes, Jiang Changkong stopped in his tracks. He could vaguely hear someone shouting. Jiang Changkong hurried over. The voice gradually became clearer. It was really calling him. After a few breaths, Jiang Changkong saw Li Changtian running and shouting. Found it? Jiang Changkong asked. Li Changtian panted and said, Found it. However, your Nan Tianwang is in big trouble now. We should hurry over. Jiang Changkong's expression was calm. What trouble? This time it's big. Not only did we find Yangshi, but also a broken blazing sunstone tablet. There are ancient words and patterns on it. It should be a martial art. Li Changtian explained as he led the way. Then Nan Tianwang said it was his. The others didn't agree, so they started fighting. Oh, Jiang Changkong replied indifferently. If they started fighting, so be it. There are also some star demon. He's not strong, but he's not easy to kill. Don't worry about him, Li Changtian said. Rumble. As they got closer, Jiang Changkong could already hear the sounds of a group of martial artists fighting. Star power exploded and flames surged. Although Nan Tianwang was at the peak of Stargate, he was like a fish in water in this fiery area. Although he couldn't fight against Xingtsang, he could protect himself with the protection of the others. You despicable people. This blazing sun star power should belong to my Nan family, Nan Tianwang roared. Bullsh *T. It belongs to whoever is stronger. Although there were 2 late-stage Xing Tsang cultivators on Nan Tianwang's side, the others were not weak. Almost all of them had brought late-stage Xing Tsang guardians with them. Nan Tianwang was so angry that the fat on his body trembled. You be *stards. Nan Tianwang, don't panic. Your Jiang Changkong is here, Li Changtian shouted. Nan Tianwang. My Jiang Changkong? Jiang Changkong. Young man, thank you for bringing me here. But you're wrong about one thing. I'm not his. That's why this place is all mine. Chapter 136. Jiang Changkong? The peak of Stargate in Gangshui Castle? Who cares about a mid-stage hidden star cultivator? The group of people snickered. Nan Tianwang's chubby face trembled as a hint of gratitude flashed through his eyes. Changkong, I know you see me as a brother, but it's best if you don't interfere. You're thinking too much. Who treats you as a brother? Jiang Changkong stepped forward. Gangshui Castle had 8 spots, and the Anding province had 15. He had killed 3 of them. Apart from him, there were still 19 left. Now, all of them were present. 10 of them were late-stage hidden star cultivators, and 9 were mid-stage hidden star cultivators. 2 of them were brought by Nan Tianwang. Li Changtian and Ji Qingming's guards were helping Nan Tianwang. 6 late-stage hidden star cultivators were attacking 4. The other 5 were attacking Nan Tianwang, Luo Yunqin, and Ji Qingming. Nan Tianwang was hiding behind the 2 of them, cursing at the others. There were some star demon around, but most of them were Stargate. Occasionally, there were a few early-stage hidden star cultivators, but they were no threat to them. It seemed that there was only one peak hidden star cultivator. Nan Tianwang, let me help you, Li Changtian shouted. The golden sword aura broke through the flames and entered the battlefield. Changkong, don't interfere. This belongs to the Nan family. No one can take it away. Nan Tianwang shouted as he dodged. What a joke. Your Nan family got a piece of the scorching sun star steel. Do you really think the scorching sun star steel here belongs to you? One person sneered and pushed Luo Yunqin back. The Nan family is amazing, but this world doesn't belong to you. That's right. There are many forces stronger than your Nan family. The others were fanatical. At this moment, they didn't even care about the sunstone. They only cared about the so-called star steel. Was that broken steel a star steel? Jiang Changkong pondered as he stepped into the battlefield. How dare you interfere? I'll kill you first. A young man had just forced Luo Yunqin to retreat when he saw Jiang Changkong walking towards him. He turned his sword and pointed it at Jiang Changkong's vital points. Kill yourself. Jiang Changkong did not even bother to lift his eyelids. He said calmly and circulated Taiji. Buzz. Puchi. He turned the sword around, and all the astral power returned to him. While he was still in shock, the sword had already slit his throat. Blood flowed, and his life was cut off. The Taiji diagram could neutralize all the power of those who were far weaker than him. Young master. The expression of the late-stage hidden star guardian changed. He roared in grief and anger. The horrifying star force repelled the surrounding flames and charged at Jiang Changkong. Go down and accompany your young master. Jiang Changkong flicked his finger, and a blade light sliced through the air. Thump! The figure that was charging over suddenly stopped. His head flew into the air, and blood gushed out like a fountain. The headless corpse fell to the ground. The surrounding flames were still dancing. A group of star demon growled as they recovered from the injuries caused by Nan Tianwang and the others. The fighting silhouettes stopped moving. It was as if they had been imprisoned, standing there stiffly. They looked at Jiang Changkong with fear in their eyes. Li Changtian and Ji Qingming had already seen his strength, so they were not shocked. He could kill A peak hidden star demon with one slash and kill a late-stage hidden star cultivator with a flick of his finger. What was so surprising about that? Nan Tianwang, you're safe now. Chang Kong is a peak hidden star cultivator, Li Changtian said with a smile. Gulp. He forcefully swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It was none other than Nan Tianwang. He's not mine. Nan Tianwang wanted to shout, but he did not dare to. What if Jiang Changkong really treated him as a brother? What if he really helped him? Nan Tianwang, you're so despicable. You actually arranged for a peak hidden star cultivator to come in. Everyone was shocked and angry, but they only dared to curse and slowly retreated, killing a late-stage hidden star cultivator with a flick of his finger. Even a peak hidden star cultivator could not do this. This was the limit of a peak hidden star cultivator, right? How did you bribe those soldiers to let Jiang Changkong come in? Changkong, good brother. Nan Tianwang's fat face twitched. Jiang Changkong had a smile on his face. And good brother. Nan Tianwang heaved a sigh of relief. Brother, you won't make things difficult for me. A hint of joy flashed across Nan Tianwang's face. He laughed and said, Now I announce that this star steel and sunstone belong to me, Nan Tianwang. Does anyone have any objections? Everyone was furious, but they did not dare to say anything. Jiang Changkong's smile became even wider. I have an objection. Who? Who has an objection? Step forward. Changkong? Nan Tianwang's excited expression immediately stiffened. Damn. Didn't they say they were good brothers? They were brothers just now, but now you have an objection? Everyone was stunned. What was going on now? I think they're right. Treasures belong to those who are virtuous. Didn't you say it before? Everyone depends on their own ability. Jiang Changkong said calmly. Nan Tianwang's expression became bitter. We are brothers. If you're a brother, come and chop you. A senior taught me, Jiang Changkong said calmly. Nan Tianwang. If you're a brother, come and chop me? What kind of brother is this? Fatty, Nan was in despair. Jiang Changkong's attitude towards his brothers was very bad. Jiang Changkong walked forward step by step. He came to the center of the crowd and swept his gaze over everyone. Now, all the good things here belong to me. Does anyone have any objections? Everyone. Li Changtian and the others. Weren't you invited by Nan Tianwang? No objections, Li Changtian and the others immediately said. Didn't you guys say that you'll support me even if you die? Nan Tianwang looked at the four of them in a daze. Previously, we thought you were in cahoots with Changkong. Li Changtian curled his lips and said, We pledge our lives to support Changkong. Nan Tianwang. You four fickle bastards. It's all your fault, Li Changtian. Why did you call him here? You even told me not to panic? I'm so *King panicking now. Does anyone have any objections? Then it's settled, Jiang Changkong said calmly. Changkong, the yang stone is in Fatty Nan's hands, Li Changtian said immediately. You sold me out too quickly, didn't you? You even changed the way you addressed me? Nan Tianwang's face twitched. They were comrades just a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye he sold them out. Changkong, my good brother, Jiang Changkong ignored Nan Tianwang's pleading and his eyes turned cold. Here. Nan Tianwang shivered and took out a round stone that was emitting golden flames and threw it to Jiang Changkong. Jiang Changkong, you're very powerful, but there are so many of us. If we join forces, we might not be weaker than you. A young man said coldly. The others opened their eyes and stopped retreating. Is that so? Jiang Changkong smiled and swung his blade. The sunset glow was like fire, and the setting sun was like blood. One blade, setting sun. The terrifying astral power forced everyone to retreat. The sword of setting sun used 70% of its astral power. The golden flames within a radius of a few hundred meters seemed to be drawn into the long blade. I was talking nonsense just now. Boom! The sword of setting sun slashed down, and the ground cracked. The surrounding flames scattered in all directions. The people nearby couldn't escape in time and were severely injured on the spot. The star demon nearby turned into a cloud of blood mist, unable to recover even if he wanted to. After a while, the astral power dissipated, leaving a crack that was dozens of meters long and more than 10 meters deep on the ground. The person who had spoken and his protector had already disappeared without a trace. Not a single trace was left behind. Gulp! The sound of saliva being swallowed was heard again, but this time it was a collective sound. Jiang Changkong glanced at Nan Tianwang and said calmly, "Come on, let's have a try. I'll keep you company." Try my ass. That slash just now was more than the limit of astral power. It had definitely reached the astral spirit level. They wouldn't be able to win even if they had twice the number of people. I suddenly think you're right. It's all about ability. You're more capable. Nan Tianwang said bitterly. Why are you looking at me? I didn't say anything. Don't cut me. Chapter 137. In the fiery space, the black and white Tai Chi diagram flew out, and the star demon around it exploded. Nan Tianwang and the others stood aside, their legs trembling. How did they get to the peak of the hidden star realm? Were the devices of those soldiers broken? Jiang Changkong killed all the star demon and looked at them again. Of the 19 people, he had killed 4, so there were 15 left. 8 guardians and 7 prodigies from the major provinces. This place is all yours. Goodbye. Nan Tianwang cupped his fists and turned to leave. When the others saw this, they all had the intention to retreat. It's all yours. We'll meet again. Wait. A smile appeared on Jiang Changkong's face. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Don't you want these things? Huh. The group of people stopped and looked at him in confusion. Of course they wanted it, but would he give it to them? He had already said that it was all yours. They couldn't compete with him for it. Jiang Changkong smiled. We are good friends. How can I monopolize it? Nan Tian and the others. What did he mean? Luo Yunqin was slightly surprised. Are you going to share it with us? Li Changtian and Ji Qingming were a little excited. Changkong, we are the best of brothers. We have already expressed our stance just now. We are on Jiang Changkong's side. He must be saying this to us. He wants to share it with us. I knew you wouldn't do this to me, given our relationship. Nan Tianwang seemed to feel the spring. He smiled. From now on, you are Nan Tianwang's best brother. That's right. From now on, you, Jiang Changkong, will be our brother. The others said excitedly. They had thought that there was no hope. Now that Jiang Changkong had taken the initiative to share it, it was great news. With that, the group of people took the initiative to step forward and walk towards the broken stone tablet. Hey, wait! Jiang Changkong said indifferently and stopped them. With a calm expression, he said, Nan Tianwang, you said that we're brothers, but I have something to say. I've always treated you as a friend, but you've always tricked me. I also treat you as a friend, Nan Tianwang quickly said. Jiang Changkong said faintly, 1,000 yuan for 3 slots of lower grade rank 5. You're bullying me because I don't know the market. Do you think you'd do such a thing? And you even called Luo Yunqin and the others over to buy it at a low price? Nan Tianwang explained. I said I owed you a favor, but you didn't want it. Furthermore, friendship is friendship and business is business. You can't blame me for making a loss. You're right. I've lost so much that I'm about to cry. Jiang Changkong's expression was calm. Therefore, I'm going to make a deal with you, my brothers. I selflessly shared the star steel, so you should also share your star stones selflessly. Everyone, after talking for so long, you just want star stones, right? No problem, Nan Tianwang said straightforwardly. Good brothers should share. Here are 500 pieces of star stones at the top of the 4th level. As he spoke, he took out 500 star stones from the jade pendant. Jiang Chongkong snatched the jade pendant. "Good brother, we're doing business now. This is not enough. I'll take it myself." "Nan Tianwang, you're robbing us openly. Don't get too excited. This is business. Let's put our friendship aside first." Jiang Chongkong checked the jade pendant and said faintly, "You can go to the star steel and make a copy of it after you hand over the star stones." "Chongkong, it's just a copy." Nan Tianwang looked troubled. "Can you give it to me?" What he wanted was that star steel. Jiang Chongkong glanced at him and said, "How about this? I'll give up after you hand over the star stones. You can do whatever you want. What do you think? These are my star stones. Take them. We're brothers, so don't stand on ceremony. If you stand on ceremony with me, you won't recognize me as your brother." A group of people hurriedly gathered around and handed over the star stones. Compared to a star steel, these star stones were nothing. Jiang Chongkong happily accepted the star stones. There were no 6th grade star stones, let alone 7th grade star stones. However, these people had a lot of 4th grade and 5th grade star stones. Chongkong, Li Changtian and Ji Qingming looked at him pitifully. "We were on your side just now. We won't use the star stones, right?" "Don't worry, brothers. You didn't lose anything by handing over the star stones. You can make a copy of this star steel later. Then I'll take you to the lunar star steel and make another copy there," Jiang Chongkong said as he patted his chest. Nan Tianwang and the others were excited. "There's another star steel? The lunar star steel? Hee, you deal with the star steel first. As for the lunar star steel, you don't seem to have any star stones left. You owe it first. I'll write you an IOU," the group of people said hurriedly. Jiang Chongkong chuckled. "Your protectors should have star stones on them. Also, it's peaceful now. Don't keep your weapons and medicines." He couldn't get any more star stones, so he could only change them into other things. As for the IOU, he didn't want it. Once they left this place, their positions would be reversed. At that time, the protector's father and backer would come. Would he dare to mention the IOU? He couldn't take the star steel with him, so he took the opportunity to plunder them. Once they left this place, they would go their separate ways and never contact each other again. The protectors had bitter expressions on their faces. They had to hand over their star stones, weapons, and medicines. After plundering them, Jiang Chongkong brought them to the star steel. "Let's go together and make a copy together. After that, you can fight for it however you want." The group of people arrived in front of the star steel. Like the broken star steel, it was engraved with tadpole characters. There were also 20 pictures of a man with a hazy face holding a long sword and circulating his energy. Middle grade martial art, mystic yang skill, beginner's level, 0/15,000 Jiang Chongkong. Mystic yang skill? Is my special star stone still valuable? It doesn't seem to be valuable anymore. With so many people making a copy, even if it wasn't everywhere, it would be worth it. Of course, some people would buy it, but they wouldn't pay too high a price. The ancient divine characters are the same as the characters on the star steel. Nan Tianwang was full of excitement as he looked at the tadpole characters on the star steel. "Do you recognize the characters?" Jiang Chongkong asked. "No." The group of people shook their heads. "Some old guys do. We don't usually come into contact with them." They didn't have pen and paper, but these people had clothes. There was also the star demon's blood here. They copied it on their clothes and didn't miss any of the 20 pictures. After checking several times and making sure there were no mistakes, these people carefully put away the pictures. Jiang Chongkong also made 2 copies. Seeing that they had finished copying, he found the space equipment of the 4 dead people and brought them to the lunar star steel. They should be thankful that their space equipment was of a high level and hadn't been broken. They didn't know if it was because Jiang Chongkong had activated the star steel and caused it to explode, which had consumed too much energy. The group of people arrived in front of the lunar star steel. They weren't frozen, but they felt a little colder. After copying with them, Jiang Changkong said, "Li Changtian, Ji Qingming, let's go. Let's leave this place for them to fight for." Okay. The two of them hesitated for a moment, then left with the guardian. When they were far away from the crowd, Li Changtian asked in confusion, "You really don't want the star steel?" The power contained in the star steel is very terrifying. If you can absorb it and use it, you can become a high-level martial artist. Jiang Changkong sighed softly. "Do you think you'll have a share if I can take it away? The point is, I can't move it." Even though the star steel had exploded and consumed a lot of energy, he still couldn't move it. "Since I can't move it, what else can I do? I won't be able to win against you once I leave this door. Of course, I have to run away first." As for the final ownership of the star steel, it wasn't something he could interfere with. Whoever had the ability could take it. The four of them, I see. I was wondering why you were so kind as to make one copy each. Chapter 138. He took out the guiding stone and pointed in a direction. The five of them came to the pale area and stepped in. The sun was high in the sky. It was noon. The scenery in front of them changed. When they reappeared, there were rows of soldiers and cars. "We're out already." Jiang Changkong was a bit surprised. They had just walked out of the fiery space. At that time, there was a spatial rift. "No, look at the stones behind." Li Changtian turned around. The stones that should have overlapped were now arranged one by one. Behind them, there was no longer a distorted space. Instead, there was a vortex of gold and silver, absorbing the power of the stars. What happened inside? It's only been 3 days. Why did the distorted space change so much? Jiang Haibo walked over and looked at them seriously. "There's a star steel inside. A group of people are fighting for it." Jiang Changkong handed him the guiding stone. "Go see for yourself." This matter couldn't be hidden unless he didn't return the guiding stone. The four of them also handed him the guiding stone and said, "We and Changkong did our best, hoping to protect the star steel for the Federation. Unfortunately, we couldn't beat them and were seriously injured. We could only retreat and report this matter to Lord Jiang." Jiang Changkong, "I realize that you guys are even more shameless than me. But you're right. We tried our best to protect the star steel for the Federation, but we couldn't beat them." Cough, cough. The two guardians coughed lightly, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. At the same time, they pinched Jiang Changkong. Jiang Changkong grunted, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. "Star steel? Good job, you guys." Jiang Haiba's expression changed as he said, "Please take a rest. I'll report this to the Federation immediately." Jiang Changkong's face was pale and he looked weak. "We'll go back to Gangshui Castle first. Goodbye. Someone, send Chang Kaisheng and the others back." Jiang Haibo hurriedly ordered someone to drive them back. He was a little unhappy with Jiang Changkong before, but now it was all gone. The star steel was a huge contribution. The five of them got into the car and quickly returned. The rest of the matter was not something they could interfere with. "I've booked a hotel room and a sumptuous meal. Changkong, don't be in a hurry to go back. I've booked a room for you. Let's get together?" Li Changtian said. Jiang Changkong was still hesitating. Ji Qingming said, "The star monument is very important. Let's stay together for now." "All right." Only then did Jiang Changkong agree. The car drove directly to the hotel, and the first thing the five of them did after entering the room was to take a shower. After taking a shower, the food was sent to Li Changtian's room, and he was invited over. The five of them ate together, and the two guardians ate without saying a word. Li Changtian poured a glass of wine. "Changkong, a toast to you." "You're too kind." Jiang Changkong finished his drink in one gulp and said, "I have many things to ask you." Li Changtian and Ji Qingming looked at each other and said, "Go ahead." High-level star stones are strategic reserves. Will it be difficult to get them in the future? Jiang Changkong pondered and said, "Those high-level cultivators don't use star stones to cultivate." Li Changtian said, "It's fine to use star stones to cultivate and build the foundation. But when one reaches the high level, star stones are not very useful. Usually they use medicine and star crystals." "Star crystals? What's that?" Jiang Changkong asked. "How should I put it? Star crystals are the essence of star power. They don't contain much star power. What's special is that star crystals can accelerate the absorption of star power," Li Changtian explained. "Moreover, star crystals have another important function. They are helpful in condensing astral bodies. I heard that star crystals have special functions, but we don't know the details." "Where do star crystals come from?" Jiang Changkong asked. "I'm not sure." Li Changtian and Ji Qingming shook their heads at the same time. The other two guardians didn't know either. Jiang Changkong said, "But I see that you guys are quite generous. You can take out thousands of star stones of the 4th and 5th grade. It's not difficult to hunt star stones of the 4th and 5th grade. The main thing is that it's not easy to hunt star demons of the high level and above." Ji Qingming continued, "Almost every high-level star stone is in storage." "Why do you have so many? I can understand why the Federation has them. But do you big forces also have them?" Jiang Changkong said, confused. Li Changtian said with a smile, "Changkong, you know too little. When you go to a big province and make a name for yourself, you will also have high-level star stones. Or when you reach the high level and have your own force, you will also have high-level star stones." "You can't tell me anything?" Jiang Changkong frowned. "All right, I'll tell you one thing. Before the world changed, humans dreamed of going to the moon. Now that the stars are shining, technology and martial arts are developed, do you think the Federation won't think of ways to go there?" Li Changtian said in a low voice. Jiang Changkong's body trembled slightly. He stepped into the starry sky. That's right. The stars had caused the world to change greatly. Humans would definitely think of ways to go there and explore the mystery of the stars. As for whether they could go there or not, if they could go there in the past, they could definitely go there now. It was just that they didn't know how soon they could go there. Now, everything was based on the star power. High-level star stones indeed needed to be stored. No matter how many they had, it would not be enough. You big forces are also participating in this. Are you going to store them? Jiang Changkong asked. Who doesn't want to share? Moreover, this is only one of the burning star stones. Li Changtian curled his lips and said, Let's not talk about it. Let's eat and drink. Jiang Changkong wanted to ask more, but the two of them were unwilling to say anything. After the meal, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. Jiang Changkong checked his harvest. He hadn't checked the star stones that he had plundered from those people. Nan Tianpeng had the most star stones. He didn't let down his fat body. 500 middle grade level 4, 800 top grade level 4, and 1,000 high quality level 5. The rest didn't have any. Essence, Qi, and Spirit. 334000. The rest were much poorer than before. They didn't have any high quality level 5. They should have used them to buy spots. There are a total of 19 people, 9 geniuses and 10 guardians. There were 7,619 middle grade, level 5 in total. There were fewer high-quality level 5, only 120 more than Nan Tianwang. Most of them were 9 geniuses and 10 workers. Their star stones were pitifully few. Essence, Qi, and Spirit. 1859800. What a miscalculation. Only 2 million. He hoped that their weapons could be sold for a good price. However, it made sense. If he didn't level up, it would be more than 20 million. Forget it. I'll level up all my martial arts to the peak first. Jiang Changkong looked at his own data. In addition to the 600,000 from before, he had also extracted some essence, chi, and spirit from killing those star demon. Essence, chi, and spirit. 2800311 Jiang Chankong's 5 martial arts, including the cold moon art, leveled up at the same time and reached the peak. The astral power in his body surged, and the stargate trembled. The Tai Chi diagram appeared and absorbed the power of yin and yang, forming the Tai Chi diagram. The tip of the sword floated on its own and absorbed the power of yin and yang. The yin and yang intertwined and enveloped Jiang Chankong's body, making him half golden and the other half silver. The two extreme powers complemented each other and coexisted peacefully. Only 1,000,000 essence, chi, and spirit were left to level up his 5 martial arts. Jiang Chankong thought for a bit and focused all his energy on the indestructible diamond art. He had always believed in one thing. Survival was the most important. All his martial arts had reached the peak of the astral treasury. Even a normal astral spirit would have to kneel in front of him now. Once he sold the 2 drops of blood, the special starstones, weapons, and medicines, he should be able to reach the peak of the indestructible diamond art. It should be enough for the invincible Vajra divine art to be completely perfected, and there might even be leftovers. Chapter 139. Jiang Chankong, Peak of Hidden Star Mid-Tier Martial Art, Indestructible Diamond Divine Art, Perfection 1025312/187500 Taiji Mysterious Art, Perfection 1/1875000 Graceful 3 Blades, Perfection 1/1875000 Blazing Sun Art, Perfection 1/1875000 Yuling Art, Perfection 1/1875000 Cold Moon Art, Perfection 1/1875000 Essence, Chi, and Spirit. 0. Looking at the data, Jiang Chankong fell into deep thought. His medicine, weapons, 2 drops of blood, special starstones, and sunstones, who should he sell them to? Looking at the whole of Jianghai, selling a few of them was not a problem. But to sell all of them, there was only one place: Alcade Trade Union. Alcade Trade Union had the right to take all the things in his hands. But would Nan Tianpang not buy them? It did not seem right to plunder other people's things and sell them to him. Forget it. He would think about it after he woke up. At most, he would go to another province to sell them. Jiang Chankong lay down to rest. After being busy for the past few days, he was indeed tired. Ding dong! After sleeping for an unknown period of time, Jiang Chankong was woken up by the sound of his phone. It was an unknown number calling him. He looked at the time. It was 3 in the morning. Hello. Jiang Chankong picked up the phone. His tone was a little unpleasant. Calling so late at night was disturbing his sleep. Is this Jiang Chankong? I am Jiang Haibo. A voice came from the other end of the phone. Jiang Chankong's tone was a little unpleasant. Lord Jiang, it is very late. If you are not going to sleep, I will. Chankong, the situation is urgent. I hope you can come and help. Jiang Haibo said anxiously. There is going to be a big mess. What big mess? What does it have to do with me? Jiang Chankong frowned. The news of the star, steel, has been spread. The higher-ups have given a death order for us to guard the entrance. No one is allowed to enter without permission. Those who disobey will be killed. Jiang Haibo said in a deep voice. Jiang Chankong was a little speechless. Then why do you want to kill them? Why did you call me? Where are your soldiers? Jiang Haibo said helplessly. How would I dare to kill them? They're all stepping on me, let alone killing them. Jiang Chankong. As the person in charge of the Twisted Starlight, aren't you doing too badly? Being pressed to the ground and beaten? Sorry, my strength is too low, Jiang Haibo hurriedly said. They specifically asked you to come here, saying that they want revenge, or else your friend will be in danger. Who? Jiang Chankong frowned. The relatives of those who participated in the Twisted Starlight Land are quite a few peak hidden star experts. Jiang Haibo hurriedly said, I know you're strong. Come here. We'll hold on until dawn and wait for the people from the Federation to arrive. Then we'll be fine. Are there any Star Soul Masters? Jiang Changkong asked. Nothing for the time being. Jiang Haibo's voice cut off after he finished speaking. Jiang Changkong was taken aback. Why did he take the initiative to hang up? While he was puzzled, a text message came. For early-stage Star Souls, don't leave the city. Jiang Changkong was taken aback. What did that mean? After a moment's thought, Jiang Changkong stood up and opened the door. Changkong. Li Changtian and the others had just come out. Seeing him, they looked solemn. You're going to the Twisted Starlight Land. You know about it too? Jiang Changkong said. Yes, Jiang Haibo called. I have a friend at the scene. Jiang Haibo was forced to call. Li Changtian explained. He secretly sent a message telling us not to go. If we're found out, we'll probably be beaten up. This Jiang Haibo is a decent guy. Jiang Changkong nodded slightly. For Star Souls, can you be sure? Yes, all 4 are early-stage Star Souls. People from the Federation will have to wait until dawn to come. Li Changtian continued. I've already received news that the major forces are working together to delay them. Early-stage Star Souls can't even shake the Star Steel. Aren't these people stupid? Jiang Changkong snorted. Now things have changed. They don't have to be experts. Technological equipment can be used. Li Changtian whispered. Jiang Changkong understood. The space was no longer twisted, and the equipment could be used. These people could use the equipment to take things away. I'll go take a look, Jiang Changkong said and left quickly. Changkong, Li Changtian wanted to stop him, but he was a step too late. Jiang Changkong had already gone far away. Mystic Yang Step and Yuling Art were activated at the same time. Jiang Changkong was like a beam of golden light, quickly leaving the city. Early-stage Star Soul. With his strength, he should be able to suppress them. Even if he couldn't, he was confident that they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Since they wanted to get back at him, he would give them the chance. Jiang Changkong dialed Jiang Haibo's number. The other side answered instantly, but it was a cold voice. Jiang Changkong. I'm coming. Then he hung up and hurried with all his might. Near the distorted Starlight Land, rows of soldiers were all lying on the ground, groaning in pain. Jiang Haibo, the person in charge, was bruised and swollen, with many wounds on his body. A group of people, ranging from young to middle-aged, stood outside the distorted entrance, staring coldly ahead. The entrance had been covered by a layer of golden light, preventing anyone from entering. A general in armor, holding a spear, stood in front of the entrance, looking coldly at everyone. Leave immediately, or we will kill you. You can't stop us. Remove the 6th Order shield. A middle-aged man said coldly. It's my duty, the general said solemnly, not taking a step back, showing no fear. The middle-aged man's expression was cold. Without hesitation, he appeared in front of the general and slashed down. The general's pupils constricted as he blocked with his spear. Boom! The sword slashed down, and the general was sent flying. Blood dyed the night sky red. The shield is troublesome. After sending the general flying, the middle-aged man muttered. His sword light shone again, piercing through the night sky. I'll lend you a hand. A middle-aged woman walked out from the crowd, blue light flashing in her palm. In the blink of an eye, it rushed towards the golden shield like a flood. Boom! Kacha! The sword light and the flood fell at the same time, shattering the golden shield. Go collect the star steel I'll guard here. The middle-aged man said, Okay. The middle-aged woman nodded and entered the distorted land. Their goal this time was to get the star steel. As for how they would split it, that was a matter for later. Commander, are you okay? Jiang Haibo endured the pain and helped the injured general up. No. Ah. The general opened his mouth and vomited a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. Star Treasury and Star Spirit, the difference is huge. Sai, we tried our best. Jiang Haibo sighed. But Jiang Changkong seems to be here. Didn't we let him go? The general frowned. If something happens to him, how can I face my brother? Think of a way yourself. Jiang Haichuan should understand. Jiang Haibo sighed. This general was Jiang Haichuan's younger brother, the Gangshui Castle's commander, Jiang Shan. You two still have the mood to care about the life and death of others. Interesting. A young man came to their side with a cold gaze. Today no one can save him. That's right. If Jiang Changkong dares to come today, he will die. The few young men said at the same time. Their hearts were heavy. How did Jiang Changkong provoke them? After coming out, they seemed to want to kill him no matter what. Angry roars resounded in the night sky. Suddenly, a golden light cut through the night. A figure stepped forward and said in a cold voice, "Who wants to get back at him?" Jiang Changkong, you really dare to come? Chapter 140. When the golden light dissipated, Jiang Changkong put his hands behind his back and stared coldly at the dozens of people present. His powerful astral power and golden flames lit up the dark night and dyed the surroundings golden. Jiang Changkong. A few people who had fought with him before couldn't help but take 2 steps back in fear. Nan Tianwang stood in the crowd and said, "It's none of my business. I'm just here to watch the show. I didn't do anything." Then he pulled Luo Yunqin and the 3 people next to him out of the crowd. An old man among the 3 people frowned and said, "Young Master Nan, why are you so afraid of someone at the peak of the hidden star realm?" "Uncle Da, it's better to be cautious. Meng Jie still wants to rope him in," Nan Tianwang said in a low voice. Uncle Da was slightly startled. Then a smile appeared on his face. "So, it's someone that the young mistress thinks highly of. Jiang Changkong, how dare you come here? Brother, it's him. Sister, it's him. He's the one who beat us up inside. It's him. He took the sunstone." A group of people shouted angrily. Dozens of people looked at Jiang Changkong. Jiang Changkong's expression was indifferent. He ignored them and looked at Jiang Haibo. "Anyone who trespasses will be killed. Do they count? What are you doing here?" Jiang Haibo sighed. "Answer my question." Jiang Changkong frowned. Jiang Haibo had no choice but to say, "Some people have already gone in. These people count." What a joke. We have so many Hidden Star Realm cultivators, and many of them are at the peak of the Hidden Star Realm. You want to kill us all? The dozens of people laughed angrily at the same time. Cut the crap. Just chop him up and kill him without mercy? Let's see if we can. Who dares to kill us in Jianhai province? The faces of the youths were filled with arrogance. Kill. A young man at the peak of the Hidden Star Realm charged at Jiang Changkong. Jiang Changkong looked at the incoming person with indifference. His long saber spun out. It was warm like the sun had just risen. Puchi! A streak of light streaked past, and the young man who was charging over fell to the ground, his head flying into the air. There wasn't before, but there is now. Jiang Changkong's expression was indifferent, without the slightest fluctuation. Kill him. Like a drop of water falling into a pot of boiling oil, dozens of people were instantly stirred up. Their astral powers surged, and they all rushed over. Jiang Changkong stood with his hands clasped behind his back. 60% of his astral power was unleashed, and his long saber flew into the sky. The night sky was as red as blood. One saber, sunset. The setting sun was bleak, revealing a trace of twilight. It exuded boundless killing intent. Boom! Puchi! Ding! With a slash of the saber, stellar energy surged in all directions. The terrifying impact of the stellar energy caused the ground to crack, dust to fly everywhere, and gravel to turn into powder. Terrifying waves of chi, with the long saber as the center, spread in all directions. The weaker ones among the dozens of star bodhisattvas were sent flying, their blood flowing everywhere. Among the crowd, a surge of astral power rose. A beam of sword light shot into the night sky and clashed with the long saber. Star Spirit Jiang Changkong looked at the beam of sword light. It was a middle-aged man with a serious look on his face. The middle-aged man's face darkened. Jiang Changkong, your strength has reached the limit of the early stage of astral power. Is that so? Jiang Changkong said indifferently. The long saber was sent flying back, whimpering incessantly. It couldn't withstand his astral power. Step down. This is not a battle you can intervene in. The middle-aged man pointed his sword at the ground, his eyes filled with coldness. The dozens of star bodhisattvas didn't refute. They obediently stepped down. That slash just now had told them how big the gap between them was. Kill! The middle-aged man shouted. Suddenly, a beam of sword light flashed. Jin Feng tore apart the night sky and flashed past like a phantom. Jiang Changkong looked at the long saber and sighed. Exhaust the last bit of its power. Clang! The long saber trembled and exploded into thousands of pieces, carrying with it the violent astral power, turning into a peerless blade aura. Watch out! The star soul martial artist guarding the entrance hurriedly shouted and quickly rushed over. Boom! Thousands of pieces, peerless blade aura, and a terrifying explosion of astral power shook the surroundings. Young Master Nan, young Master Luo, watch out! Uncle De's face darkened. He quickly stood in front of them to protect them. Rumble! Uft! Blood stained the ground. The middle-aged astral spirit was sent flying like a broken sandbag. The astral spirit martial artist that rushed over only had time to catch him, but he felt the violent impact of the astral power. His expression changed, and he hurriedly used his astral power to resist. Uft! A mouthful of blood gushed out. The two astral spirit martial artists flew out at the same time and fell heavily on the ground. Wherever the astral power passed, the star bodhisattvas couldn't withstand it. They all spat out blood and retreated in horror. After a long time, the astral power dissipated. The ground was filled with deep ravines that were more than 10 meters long. Jiang Changkong walked forward with his hands behind his back, stepping on the cracked ground. For astral spirits, where are the other two? Everyone was silent. They couldn't hide the fear on their faces. Nan Tianwang couldn't help but look at Uncle De. He was one of the 4 astral spirits. Uncle De's face twitched. He cupped his hands and said, I'm the president of the Alcade Chamber of Commerce. I'm just here to take a look. Nan Tianwang nodded. Yes, we're just here to take a look. At the peak of Stargate, this guy could kill Lin Jie, who was in the middle stage of the Star Bodhisattva realm. Now he was able to beat a group of Star Bodhisattvas and 2 astral spirits. Fatty Nin couldn't afford to offend him. Jiang Changkong glanced at them and no longer paid attention. Who else wants revenge? Everyone, revenge my ass. They couldn't beat him at all. 2 astral spirits joined forces and were severely injured by him. How could they fight? Cough, cough. The 2 astral spirits coughed violently and vomited blood. They wiped the blood off their faces and cupped their hands at the same time. I didn't expect a master like you to be hidden in Shanghai. We've lost this time. We don't want the Star Steel anymore. Please don't make things difficult for us. You don't want it? Can you take it away? Jiang Changkong's expression was cold. You come and go as you please? Do you think Shanghai is a charity? Everyone's heart sank. The 2 astral spirits' expressions changed. What do you want? Jiang Bo and Jiang Shan raised their eyebrows. Chang Kong. Don't tell me that you really want to kill all of them. Jiang Changkong said lightly, give up the Star Steel and leave your Star Stones, weapons, and potions. You'll be fine. Everyone, are you F*** King crazy? You robbed us in the Twisted Land, and now you're doing it again? Everyone was silent. Jiang Changkong's voice was cold. If you don't want to, you can try. Is this guy crazy? Uncle Do was shocked. He offended so many forces at the same time. If they join forces, the Alcade Chamber of Commerce will be in trouble. If he didn't dare to do this, he wouldn't have done it in there. Nan Tianwang's eyes were sad. He had also been robbed in there. Fortunately, they couldn't rob him this time. He was really just a bystander. I just got my weapon. I don't have any star stones. A young man named Xing Tsang handed over his weapon obediently, his calves shaking. Jiang Changkong checked his spatial equipment and confirmed that he didn't have any. He waved his hand and said, "Stand on the left. The rest of you line up." The group of people lined up and obediently handed over their spatial equipment and their weapons. Jiang Changkong checked them one by one. After looting one, he asked him to stand on the left and moved on to the next one. Jiang Bo and Jiang Shan looked at this scene in a daze. Jiang Changkong robbed these guys? Aren't you geniuses from the big provinces? Shouldn't you fight him to the death? Chapter 141. The group of people obediently handed over the resources they had on them and stood to the left. Jiang Changkong waved his hand. "Lord Jiang, take your soldiers and keep an eye on them." Jiang Hai and Bo looked at each other and hurriedly gathered the injured soldiers to guard this group of people. Jiang Changkong plundered their resources. At first, he was happy, but later he frowned. After his verification, he was sure that this group of people was poor. There was not a single 6th grade starstone. There were not many 5th grade starstones. The one with the most was only about 200 pieces, and it was a medium grade one. As for high grade ones, there were only a dozen pieces. As for top grade ones, there was not a single one. There were not many 4th grade starstones either. He was not happy. The top grade 4th grade starstones only had 40 points of essence, chi, and spirit. The 2 star spirits were even more pitiful. They did not have a single starstone, only a few bottles of medicine and clothes. Aren't you geniuses from the big provinces? After collecting the last person's starstones, Jiang Changkong questioned, "How are you geniuses from the big provinces? You are totally poor, okay?" All of them added up were not as much as those who robbed Nan Tianpang and the others. 5th grade superior grade starstones, 322 pieces. 5th grade intermediate grade starstones, 2,106 pieces. 5th grade inferior grade starstones, 1,038 pieces. 5th grade superior grade starstones, 849 pieces. 5th grade superior grade starstones, 560 pieces. Total essence, chi, and spirit, 672,360 pieces. I came here in the middle of the night, and you only brought these few starstones? It is not even enough to max out the Vudra body art. Isn't this a waste of my rest time? Maybe it was because they felt humiliated after being plundered, or because they brought too few starstones. The faces of the so-called prodigies from the major provinces turned red, and they couldn't say a word. Jiang Changkong let out a long sigh. "I feel ashamed for you. You only brought these few starstones when you go out. Aren't you ashamed to come from the big provinces?" Everyone, Jiang Haibo, Jiang Shan, and the other soldiers were dumbfounded. "Too few?" Nan Tianwang's fat face twitched. Fortunately, he did not do it himself. This bastard only recognized starstones and not people. "Look at Nan Tianpang. My name is Nan Tianwang," Nan Tianwang said weakly. "It's the same thing. Look at him. He carries over 1,000 starstones with him at all times. And then look at you guys." Jiang Changkong had an exasperated expression on his face. "You're not strong enough, and you're not rich enough. Aren't you ashamed?" Everyone, will you shut up? What does that have to do with you? Isn't it just too little? If you think it's too little, you can give it back to us. Jiang Haishan could not help but whisper, "This guy, is he really from our Zhanghai province? You should ask your brother." Jiang Haibo rolled his eyes. He seriously suspected that Jiang Changkong might have come from a big province, but the investigation showed that he was from Rivertown. Moreover, his talent was terrifying. He had only been cultivating for a few months, yet he had already reached the pinnacle of the hidden star realm. He admired the ancestors of the Jiang family more and more. Since the world had not changed, they had been studying martial arts until today, when Jiang Changkong rose rapidly. He had even created a bloodline cultivation method. He must have a special cultivation method to have such terrifying combat power. The hope of the Jiang family was all pinned on him. He was the hope of their ancestors. Now, this guy even scolded these people from the big provinces like they were his own sons, and none of them dared to say a word. Nan Tianwang's expression was not right. If he continued, he would not be robbed, would he? Thinking of this, he panicked a little. Changkong, there are many people from the big forces. Some are the sons of shareholders, and some are the sons of concubines. After so many years, martial arts are popular, lifespans are extended, and there are many children, but many of them are not valued. Okay. Jiang Changkong sighed softly and said, "Not many of them are valued." Nan Tianwang shook his head. An astromaster can suppress a small province. If there are too many of them, they will be too strong, and they will not give face to the Federation. If a high-level martial artist came, where would the Federation put its face? This Federation was not the Federation of the big forces. Sometimes it was okay to give some benefits, but if they went too far and were unscrupulous, it would be a challenge to the Federation. Therefore, the big forces dragged the Federation to let this group of people who were not valued come. With their strength, it was easy to suppress Jiang Changhai. However, no one expected that Jiang Changkong would come here. What was more annoying was that Jiang Changkong was called over by them to get back at them. "Fatty Tian, my name is Tian Wang. If you talk nonsense again, I will beat you up. As long as you are happy. Fatty Tian is Fatty Tian." Nan Tianwang decisively changed his words. "I can't beat this guy. If you have the ability, go to the big provinces. I will arrange for you to die. Where are the 6th grade star stones? Why can't I see them?" Jiang Changkong asked. "Strategic reserves," Nan Tianwang explained. "You guys reserve high-level ones. I won't say anything, but you still reserve 6th grade ones?" Jiang Changkong said unhappily, "Not just the 6th grade ones. The other grades are reserved, but they are easier to get. As for why we reserve 6th grade ones, it is reserved for those who are valued, such as my big brother." Nan Tianwang curled his lips and said, "When you go to the big provinces or join Mingjie Budokai, we will go together in the future. I will tell you." "Where?" Jiang Changkong asked. "Wait until you join." Nan Tianwang was tough. "Don't try to threaten me. At most, I will really get beaten up by you. Forget it if you don't want to say." Jiang Changkong snorted. "I don't want to know." Jiang Changkong said, "Changkong, before you came, someone went in." "Oh, then I will go to the entrance and wait for that person to come out." Jiang Changkong walked towards the entrance. It was fine if they went in, but the space was so big. What if they came out after he went in? If he missed it, they would really take away the star steel. The rest of the people were watched by the soldiers and didn't dare to move. Nan Tianwang and Luo Yunqin came to his side. They were still unwilling to give up. "You really don't want to join?" "I don't want to," Jiang Changkong said calmly. Luo Yunqin smiled. "What if you can take charge of a region in the future? I can do it myself." "All right, stop talking nonsense." Jiang Changkong waved his hand. "Take charge of a region? You probably don't know how I came to be the leader of Budokai. If I want to, I am now a small commander of a big province." The two of them stopped talking. Jiang Changkong suddenly said, "Fatty Tian, let's do a business." Nan Tianwang asked cautiously, "What business?" "You don't want the Yang stones? How about I sell them to you?" Jiang Changkong said with a smile. Nan Tianwang was surprised. "You don't want them? These yang stones are also very useful to you. I don't need them. I only want the star steel. Of course, if you want the yang stones, you will have to eat all these weapons and medicines. Jiang Changkong said. He didn't want to trouble two people for the same thing. Besides, no one could afford it except for Nan Tianwang. We will talk in detail after this, Nan Tianwang said hurriedly. It was not a problem to eat these things as long as he could get the yang stones. Buzz. At this moment, there was a fluctuation at the entrance. The middle-aged woman stepped out. We have the star steel. Let's go. Sorry, you can't go anywhere. Jiang Changkong stood in front of her with an indifferent expression. Huh? Who are you? The middle-aged woman's face darkened. She looked at him seriously. Jiang Changkong said calmly, I am the leader of Budokai of Rivertown, Jiang Changkong. The middle-aged woman's astral power was gathering, but she didn't do anything. Jiang Changkong? Didn't she call him over to teach him a lesson? Why didn't anyone take him down? Why were they surrounded by the soldiers? They seemed to be afraid. Could it be that there was something wrong with Jiang Changkong?